Tonight we ease back into a world where hunger had a different taste, earthy, smoky, and sometimes spoiled. You crouch beside a blackened hearth, the fire more smoke than flame, the scent thick and ancient. Meat sizzles on iron, not fresh meat, mind you, but yesterday's leftovers, perhaps doused in vinegar to mask the funk. A rat skitters behind you. You don't flinch. You're not a noble. You don't dine. You eat whatever survives the rot. The kitchen is more pit than room. Mud bricks sweat from the heat, and the smell of boiled onions battles the acrid fat dripping into the fire. There are no walls, not really. Just corners stuffed with sacks of grain. Maybe a cage with a scrawny chicken if you're lucky. You feel the crunch of something underfoot. You don't check. You're hungry. But this is not hunger like you know it. This is the kind that gnaws from the inside, quiet and polite at first, then shrieking. And the food you're about to eat, it's not designed to comfort. It's designed to keep you moving. The meat on the spit, probably pork. Could be dog. No one asks. It's gray and weeping, and probably past safe, but the smoke hides most sins. You remember someone saying, just boil it long enough, and it'll kill what's inside. You choose to believe them. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your city and what time it is where you are in the comments. I love seeing how far this sleepy history spreads. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You reach for a chunk of bread resting by the hearth. It's dark, dense, and barely risen a slab, really. Bits of husk crunch between your teeth. It's not stale. It was never soft. You dip it into a pot of cabbage stew, its top layer greasy and greenish. Is that mold or herbs? You hope for herbs. Historians still debate how much food was genuinely spoiled versus just unrefined by modern standards. But they agree on one thing. Sanitation, as we know it, did not exist. Kitchens were often outside open air, with soot raining from above and animals wandering through the prep area. You might swat a fly off your meal, but that fly has nowhere else to be, and neither do you. Still chewing, you listen to the hiss of something dropped into the coals. Could be a turnip. Could be someone's boot scrap. In some villages, they reused old broth until it turned gelatinous, with mystery locals swore it built strength. The idea of fresh was laughable. Without refrigeration, everything aged in real time. You didn't waste food. You didn't trust it either. That's why everything was boiled, roasted, smoked, or fermented within an inch of its life. Spices were expensive, but used liberally, not for taste, but to disguise spoilage. And here's the kicker. People often believed that bad smells protected you. If food stank, maybe it was fighting off disease. Sweet-smelling meats, suspicious. You're not entirely sure what that says about your dinner tonight. In noble homes, servants would pre-chew food for the old. In poor homes, children sucked broth from bread crusts that had soaked in communal pots for days. You share everything, bites, plates, germs. It's not just gross, it's bonding. Remember, this was a time when soap wasn't standard, and fingers were the most common utensils. You eat fast, because flies move faster. Every now and then, you hear a sizzle that doesn't belong, maybe a roach caught in the fire. No one comments. Still, there's something almost cozy in the madness. The fire glows, your stomach fills, and there's laughter in the next room. You forget for a moment that your food was once a gamble. That this meal, as gritty as it is, might be the best you'll get for days. And isn't that strange comfort? You eat not because it's good, because it's here, because it's warm, because it means you're still alive. You wipe your mouth with the back of your hand. There are no napkins, of course, and shuffle to sit on a wooden bench, slick with age, and you hope only grease. You sit beside a monk and a piglet. Only one of them acknowledges your presence, and it's not the monk. It's time to eat with your hands, because in this world, forks don't exist, or at least they aren't trusted. A foreign contraption, two-pronged and suspicious, the fork was once even called the devil's tines by pious folk who thought it unnatural to bring metal between yourself and food. You know better now, but back then, fingers were honest, so you eat with them. Grease runs down to your wrists. Bread becomes both spoon and napkin. The stew's heat lingers under your fingernails. You try not to think about how recently your hands were in the garden or the chamber pot. The monk beside you slurps noisily. It's not rude, it's a sign of appreciation, or perhaps just survival instinct. Everyone eats fast defensively. Meals were communal, not leisurely. The idea of savoring food was as rare as a warm bath. Historians still argue whether shared bowls were a unifier of class or a health hazard that worsened plague-era transmission. What's certain is this: if you drop food, you pick it up. If you bite into a bone, you spit it discreetly into your palm, or not at all. Manners were measured not by which fork you used, but by whether you took more than your share. And that share, often slim. You glance around. The village baker sits to your left, gnawing on the same turnip for minutes. The local reeve, a man with questionable teeth and unquestionable power, dunks his bread in the center pot with fingers that may or may not be bleeding. Still you eat, because it's dinner, or lunch, or breakfast. Honestly, it's hard to tell meals weren't split by clocks but by hunger. When your belly complains, you find something. Sometimes that something is a boiled carrot. Sometimes it's a slice of cold meat already gnawed on by rats the night before. Your fingers ache from cold and heat. You try using your sleeve to wipe your mouth. But remember, it's the same sleeve you use to carry firewood. Still better than nothing. You reach for a second helping, but the host frowns. That's the signal. You stop. Table manners in the Middle Ages weren't codified, but deeply social. Reading the room could save your reputation or your seat at the next meal. Here's a quirky fact. In some households, guests were arranged not by status, but by smell. A nobleman once wrote that he placed guests in descending order of their boots. You don't ask what that meant. More often than not, you don't even get a bench. You squat. You kneel. You perch on a barrel. Elbows on the table. Who cares? Speaking with your mouth full, only if you had something important to say, which most didn't. And here's the part no one tells you. Eating like this, you start to taste the firewood. You start to feel the smoke on your tongue. You begin to understand why fermented cabbage counts as exciting, why anything with a crunch that isn't a bug feels like luxury. In fact, your entire understanding of taste has shifted. You don't crave sweetness, you crave calories. Fat is gold. Marrow is treasure. You crack bones with rocks just to get a lick of it. There's no shame in sucking on a knuckle. You reach for the pot again, hesitating. The host nods. A second chance. You dig in fingers first, scraping a final glob of stew from the bottom. It burns a little, but that's okay. You've burned worse. As you chew, you can't help but think, it's not just that forks don't exist, it's that they'd be useless here. They can't scoop. They can't grab. They can't wrestle a hunk of bread into submission. So for now, you eat like everyone else, fingers deep in the same bowl, etiquette measured not by polish, but by rhythm. You eat with your hands, your eyes, and a small part of your soul, hoping that whatever this is, it's edible. Maybe even good. You glance down at your hands, greasy red, steaming, and decide to wipe them on the piglet. The piglet grunts. You both go on with your evening. The bread doesn't crunch, it cracks. You feel it in your molars first, like biting into ceramic. You've just taken a bite out of what they called trencher, bread, a stale plate-sized loaf, meant less for eating and more for holding other food. In truth, you weren't really supposed to eat it at all. It was the edible plate soaked with stew and finger grime, then tossed to beggars or dogs after the feast. Tonight, though, there's no dog. There's only you. You gnaw the edge, wondering how many fingers pressed into it before yours. The outer crust is dry as dust, but the center is mushy from hours of soaking. A second-hand flavor cabbage onion, something slightly fishy. You chew slowly, carefully. Historians still argue whether trenchers were made from intentionally stale bread or just baked tough to begin with. Either way, by the time they hit the table, they were already past their prime. Not quite bread, not quite garbage. Something in between. Sometimes the noble households reused trenchers for several meals. Stacked, dried, and rehydrated. You wonder if yours once held a goose leg or someone's snot. You stop wondering. In your hands, the crust becomes a tool, scooping up dribbles, wiping up grease, catching the last of the stew. A sponge, really? And just like a sponge, it's filthy. But in a world where cloths are rare and water is riskier, a stale slice of bread is your best napkin. And you're not alone in this ritual. The baker's daughter across the table is licking hers clean. An old man next to you is mashing turnip into his trencher with the flat of his hand. The village priest mutters something about daily bread and takes a massive bite, half prayer, half hunger. You glance down at your own loaf. Bits of ash cling to the bottom, probably from the hearth. You brush them off, then stop. What's the point? Here's something you didn't expect. The trenchers aren't the worst part. They're strangely comforting, heavy, reliable. You've started to enjoy their bland defiance. They taste like work, like warmth, like hunger meeting its match. A fringe tidbit. In some parts of England, they called trenchers sops, as in sopping up gravy. Later, the word would evolve into something meaning a weakling. But here tonight, the Aesop is your savior. You stare at the dark slab of bread half-eaten and soggy in the middle. It's ugly. It's barely food. But it's doing something remarkable. It's filling you. And more importantly, it's keeping your hands busy. See, medieval eating wasn't just about getting calories. It was about doing something. Your hands always cold, or cracked or blistered, finally get a task. Tear, dip, scoop, wipe, repeat. You fall into rhythm. And for a few blessed moments, you forget what this bread is absorbing: the fat, the grime, the day. That's when the Reeve slaps his trencher onto the table with a thud and calls for another pot of stew. The host nods. Another bubbling beige slop is ladled into the circle, and every trencher becomes a sponge once more. Yours included. You lean in. No bowl, no utensils, just bread. But even as you eat something inside, you itches. Not your stomach, your thoughts. You start to wonder, as many modern minds do, why didn't they just use plates? Well, they did. Eventually. But early on, plates were expensive, fragile, unnecessary. You didn't need porcelain to shovel turnip mush. Wood split, metal rusted. Bread though bread you could eat, or toss to the pigs, or hand to the poor. Economical, symbolic, strangely sacred. In fact, some households had a hierarchy. The best trenchers went to guests, the second best to the family, the soggy leftovers tossed to beggars at the gate. This wasn't charity. It was routine, a kind of culinary class system measured in crumbs and oil stains. You glance back at your trencher. A bite remains. You think about saving it. But it's warm. It's soft in the center. It tastes vaguely like onions. You eat it. And for a second, just a second, you forget you're living in one of the most unsanitary centuries in history. Because tonight, your plate is your meal. And your meal is done. You reach for a jug beside the hearth, your throat parched from salt and smoke, but you pause. It's not water. You'd never drink water. Not here, not now, not in the Middle Ages. You glance at the cloudy liquid and exhale with quiet relief. It's ale. Weak, watery, slightly sour, but safe. Safer than anything that came from a well. Because in this world, clean water is a myth, a gamble no one wins twice. So you take a sip. The ale fizzes slightly on your tongue, tasting of barley and something earthy. Not pleasant, but familiar. Comforting even. You close your eyes and let it slide down. Historians still debate just how deadly medieval water really was. Some say people avoided it entirely. Others argue that in some places springs were sacred and maintained. But most agree on one thing. Untreated water in towns and cities, especially around livestock, was almost always contaminated. You remember the well by the blacksmith's hut. You remember the color. You remember the smell. You remember the rats. The problem wasn't just bacteria, though they wouldn't have called it that. It was the full buffet manure runoff, human waste rotting food parasites, the occasional dead animal, all stewing in communal water sources with zero filtration. You drink that, you don't finish dinner. You become dinner. So like most of your neighbors, you rely on small ale, low alcohol beer, brewed daily, safer than water, because the boiling process kills the worst of it. Children drink it. Monks brew it. Pregnant women sip it. You might go blind from bad mead, but at least you won't get dysentery. You tip the jug back again. Warm, thin, slightly sour. Not refreshing, but alive in the way water could never be. And if not ale, then what? Here's a fringe tidbit. Some people drank diluted wine. Others used milk, though it spoiled fast. In colder months, they drank broths, infusions, even vinegar water, anything to avoid raw water. In Paris City, laws banned dumping refuse into the Seine. Nobody followed them. In London, the Thames was both lifeline and latrine. In the countryside, if you had access to a spring, you guarded it, maybe even blessed it. And if you were caught poisoning one death, instant, no trial. Because a clean source of water wasn't just precious, it was power. You sip your ale slower now. You picture the brewmistress who made it probably barefoot, probably stirring the wort with a spoon longer than she is tall. You imagine the barrels, the yeasty smell, the old oak casks cracking slightly in the firelight. It's not glamorous. It's barely appetizing. But it's survival poured into a wooden mug. And if you're lucky, your village has someone who knows what they're doing. Someone who doesn't let the ferment sit too long or go too short. Because bad ale is still safer than the well. But good ale, that's gold. You glance around the table. Others are sipping too. Quietly. Gratefully. No one asks for water. No one would dare. One man tells the story of a traveler who drank from a stream and didn't last the night. You've heard that tale before. Everyone has. It's not about truth. It's about reminding each other what's at stake. And it's not just about what you drink. It's how you use water at all. Dishes aren't scrubbed. They're wiped. Bodies aren't washed daily, just faces and hands, if that. Baths are rare and social, and the water never stays clean long. You once bathed after 6 others. You try not to think about it. Your ale runs low. You savor the last mouthful. Funny thing, you've learned to love this drink. Not for its taste, but for the ritual, the safety, the heat it carries into your belly, the way it ties everyone together at a meal. You drink it the same way your grandmother did, the same way your grandchildren will, if they survive long enough. And there's a strange beauty in that. The jug is passed. The fire crackles. You lean back on the bench full of food and faint bitterness, not from the stew, from the truth. In the Middle Ages, thirst was dangerous, and water, clear innocent water, was the deadliest thing on the table. You bite into something soft, too soft. There's a tug, a hint of sour, and then a crunch that shouldn't be there. You pause mid-chew. You don't ask questions. You just swallow. Because tonight's meat was questionable even before it hit the fire. Someone near the hearth chuckles and says, "Vinegar fixes everything." You laugh too, because that's the rule here. If it smells bad, drown it in spice. Salt it. Boil it. Roast it with onion, and pretend. If you can't afford spices, pray. The truth is, most meat in the Middle Ages wasn't fresh. Preservation was crude salt smoke and hope. You ate what didn't rot, or you disguised what did. Historians still argue whether medieval people genuinely enjoyed heavily spiced dishes, or simply used them to mask the decay. Cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, imported, and expensive, were tossed into stews like magic powder. Pepper was nearly worth its weight in silver, but you'd use it if it meant not dying. You glance down at your bowl. It's pork, you think. It might have been goat. Could have been horse. That's the thing about stew, it blurs the details. A mystery meat medley boiled long enough to kill the flavor and the fear. Sometimes they'd soak rotten meat in wine to hide the odor, or pack it in garlic until it screamed redemption. You once ate something sweet, chewy, vaguely burnt, and someone whispered, "It's rat," but the good kind. You try not to remember that now. Here's a quirky fact. Medieval cookbooks often included recipes for meat that was a little off. They didn't throw it away. They just worked harder. In one manuscript, there's a suggestion to rub spoiled chicken with sage and strong wine before stuffing it with breadcrumbs and hope. You think about that as your own stew bubbles with mystery. But don't be too quick to judge. It wasn't just poverty. Even the rich weren't safe. A noble's feast might include peacock or swan served cold after hours on display. The longer the spectacle, the colder and riskier the food. Imagine eating a bird that's both undercooked and garnished with its own feathers. You shudder. Then you take another bite. The vinegar hits your nose again. It stings. A good sign. No smell means no barrier. Vinegar tells you the meat fought back and lost. In a strange way, it works. The meal has flavor now. It's sharp, tangy, slightly aggressive. You chew it like a challenge and it makes you feel alive, or at least not dead yet. You wonder briefly how many people didn't survive meals like this. Food poisoning was common, often deadly. They wouldn't call it that, of course. They'd blame demons or humors or the alignment of stars. A bad stew could be explained away with astrology. You finish the bowl. It's not about taste anymore. It's about ritual, about the comfort of hot liquid on a cold night, about the way spice cuts through the meat like a promise. It doesn't matter what it was. It matters what it feels like going down. Because in a time before refrigeration, before expiration dates, before germ theory or soap eating meat was an act of courage, every bite a wager, every swallow a silent prayer. The fire crackles louder now. Someone burps. Someone else coughs. You feel it settle in your gut. Warm, heavy, slightly menacing, and yet satisfying, almost sacred. Because tonight you didn't just eat meat, you survived it. The manor doors creak open with an exhale of warm air, firelight and roasted fat. You linger near the edge, just outside the stone threshold, your fingers stiff with cold, your belly still hollow despite the meal. Inside, it's a different world. Long oak tables, gilded goblets, and platters you can't name. You're not meant to enter, but you look anyway, because this is where the other half feasts. Inside, nobles laugh through greasy lips, tearing into goose legs, venison-gilded pies filled with fish and fowl, and sometimes both in layers so absurd they resemble puzzles more than meals. A peacock roasted whole, redressed in its iridescent feathers, sits untouched at the head of the table. It's art, not sustenance. You swallow dryly. It's not envy that fills you, it's confusion. Because out here, you just ate bread soaked in cabbage water. In there, they're debating whether eel tastes better, inside pastry or out. Historians still debate just how often nobles actually ate these luxuries. Was it every day, or just feast days? What's clear is that the divide was real. Wealth in the Middle Ages meant food security, yes, but also culinary theater. The rich didn't just eat to live. They performed power through flavor. You step back into the shadows as a servant brushes past, carrying a platter of almond milk custard. Almonds. You haven't tasted one in years. Here's a quirky footnote. Nobles often staged dishes to look more extravagant than they were. A favorite trick, mock food. Shaping minced pork to resemble fish or vegetables dyed with rare spices. It wasn't just deception, it was entertainment. Guests would gasp, laugh, clap. Imagine a meatloaf that meows. That happened. Meanwhile, your neighbors chew roots. The irony. All that wealth didn't always guarantee taste. Dishes were often overspiced, drowned in saffron or clove, sometimes more medicine than meal. Sugar, still rare, was used liberally not in desserts, but in stews and meats. A pot of chicken with cinnamon and honey normal. A pie filled with eggs, raisins, and veal celebrated. You shift your wait eyes still fixed on the hall. The nobles don't eat alone, of course. Servants hover, boys pouring wine, girls wiping crumbs. You catch the eye of one, a thin boy, with a burn scar on his cheek, slicing bread so carefully it looks like a holy act. He looks up, doesn't smile, just nods. You nod back. It's strange. Out here you're freezing, hungry, covered in ash. But something inside you says you're lucky. Because in there, feasting is political, competitive, tense. One wrong comment and you're shamed. One wrong bite and you're dead. Poison was a real concern, so much so that nobles hired food tasters. Imagine a world where every meal might be your last, not from rot, but rivalry. You take a step back from the window, because now you remember rich or poor food in the Middle Ages was never just food. It was survival, status, theater, a test, and in the rarest cases, comfort. A sudden gust of wind slams the door shut. The laughter inside muffles. The night returns. You walk back toward your own fire, the embers still glowing weakly. No almond custard, no peacock pie, just you, your hands, and a piece of turnip. But it's yours, and it's warm. And tonight, that's enough. You're handed a skewer wrapped in leaves. Still steaming, still twitching slightly from the heat. You peel back the outer layer and blink. It's a hedgehog. Well, was a hedgehog. Now it's blackened and spiny charred into a crisp on one side and slightly underdone on the other. You look up, half expecting a wink or a punchline. None comes. Because tonight's meal is delicacy, apparently. You take a bite. The meat is gamey. The texture is chewy. There's a bitter singe at the edges and a strange aftertaste, something between acorn and old sock. You chew anyway. Hunger makes everything negotiable. This isn't unusual. Not here. Not now. In the medieval world, if it moved, it might end up on a plate. Hedgehogs, badgers, dormice frogs, sparrows, you name it. Rural families hunted what they could. If it had eyes and enough meat to roast, it was fair game. Historians still argue whether these so-called weird animals were common or desperate fare. Some say peasants relied heavily on wild creatures out of necessity. Others suggest they were eaten mostly in famine years or offered ceremonially. Either way, you learn quickly. If you turn your nose up at food, you lose it. You chew the next bite with less hesitation. Here's a quirky tidbit. Roasted hedgehog was once wrapped in clay and baked whole spines and all. Once cooked, the hardened clay was cracked open, pulling the spines away, with it leaving the soft meat inside. It's genius. It's gruesome. It works. But tonight there's no clay, just ash and leaves. Your tongue finds a quill. You spit. Across from you, a boy bites into a frog's leg, chewing gleefully. An old woman tears at a roasted crow wing like it's chicken. Another man proudly presents a pie with something unrecognizable curled inside. Cat, he says, and laughs. You don't laugh. Because the truth is, nothing feels sacred. Not animals. Not recipes. Not your stomach. You start listing in your head all the things you've seen. Eaten boiled nettles, fried livers, sheep's brains, pig's feet, tripe ox tongue, squirrel stew, blood pudding tongue, jelly lamprey pie. And that was just last winter. Luxury meant variety. Survival meant improvisation. You once saw a man cook snails in beer. Another caught beetles and fed them to his chickens, then ate the chickens. Cycles within cycles. You once ate a sausage that squeaked when you cut it open. You didn't ask, because asking is dangerous. Curiosity can kill your appetite, and your appetite is your last reliable compass in this world. You glance down. The hedgehog is mostly gone. You're full technically, but not satisfied, not ever. Because there's a hunger in the Middle Ages that isn't just physical, it's existential. What will tomorrow bring? What will we catch? What will we eat? And what will we have to pretend isn't food? You lean back against a tree, your belly oddly warm, and you realize something strange tonight's meal wasn't disgusting. It was just different. It was just real. Maybe that's the hardest part to swallow. You wake to frost on the ground and hunger in your bones. Again. The stew from last night is a memory your stomach refuses to honor. You stretch, shiver, and peer into the larder, not that you expect much. And you're right. A few turnips. One onion already sprouting. No meat. No bread. Not even old broth. Because here's the rule that defines your life. If it doesn't grow, you don't eat. And right now, nothing is growing. In the Middle Ages, food didn't come wrapped in plastic. It came from the ground, from the barn, or from the smokehouse if you were lucky. And all of it followed one cruel rhythm: the seasons. When winter arrived, your plate went pale. When spring stalled, your belly followed. You trudge outside. The fields are asleep, frozen under frostbite and silence. You scrape a bit of lichen off a stump and wonder. No, not yet. You sigh, because there are no bananas in February, no tomatoes in November, no strawberries unless it's June, and you've beaten the birds to them. You live by what the earth gives when it gives it. Historians still argue how common actual starvation was in the medieval period. Some regions fared better. Others, especially during bad harvests, saw entire villages reduced to bark stew and boiled leather. What's certain is this: even when you had food, it was monotonous. 100 shades of porridge. You return inside. The onion wins. You slice it once and throw it in a pot with salt and water. Maybe it will taste like soup if you believe hard enough. Here's a quirky fact. In some places, spring was known as the hungry gap, the weeks when winter stores ran out and new crops hadn't come in. Cabbage flowers, wild greens, even boiled thistles were scavenged. Children ate clover and chewed bark. It wasn't a diet. It was desperation. Back then, seasonal eating wasn't a lifestyle trend. It was a law of survival, and there were no exceptions. You remember the smell of berries in summer, the explosion of plums, the sticky sweetness of overripe pears. All gone now. You close your eyes and can almost taste them. Almost. Instead, you taste onion water. It's not that you didn't preserve anything. You did. Pickled cabbage, salted beans, apples strung up in rafters. But that only lasted so long. And if mice got there first, well, too bad. This is the part modern minds struggle with: the absence of choice. No midnight snack run, no backup loaf, no hidden chocolate. If the root cellar's empty, you go to bed hungry. If the frost kills your kale, you cry once and dig for weeds. You check the pot. It simmers weakly. You sip. It's awful. You sip again. And yet somehow, it's enough. Warm liquid on a cold day. A reminder that something somewhere is still working. The fire burns. Your hands move. Your gut settles. You tear off a sliver of dried beet and chew slowly. It tastes like dirt and regret. You wonder what the nobles eat in winter. Probably goose, maybe dried figs, almonds if they can get them. They probably don't even feel the seasons. Not like you do. Because for you, every month has a flavor. October is nutty. December is broth. February tastes like boiled hope. And July tastes like everything you're not allowed to dream about today. You finish your soup stand and stretch again. The frost hasn't melted. The earth is still hard. But your stomach no longer complains. You're ready to go look for something else. Maybe a few nettles. Maybe just a miracle. Because here in the Middle Ages, you don't chase cravings. You chase calories. And the calendar decides whether you'll find them. You sit cross-legged on a wooden bench, balancing a bowl of porridge while trying not to drip any on your knees. It's thick, lukewarm, and mostly flavorless. You don't complain. Complaining is reserved for people who don't know how fragile this balance is between hunger and insult. Because at the medieval table, etiquette isn't about forks or napkins, it's about knowing your place. Across from you, a merchant's son loudly slurps his pottage, letting the grains slide down with wet satisfaction. No one reacts. It's not rude. In fact, it's expected. Making noise while eating means you're alive. You're grateful you're not wasting time. But when he reaches into the shared bowl for a third helping before others have had their first, The room shifts. Quietly, subtly. A pause in the conversation. A furrow in the Reeves' brow. You notice? He doesn't. Historians still argue how rigid medieval table manners actually were. While there wasn't a codified set of silverware rules like in later centuries, there were expectations. Social rituals, silent agreements, know when to chew, know when to wait, and above all, don't take more than you should. You dip your trencher into the bowl, careful to avoid the middle. Always reach from the side, never scoop from the center. That's the host's portion. Even if you're starving, etiquette says, pretend. You sip your ale between bites, wiping your fingers on your tunic. You're not clean, but you're trying. Everyone is. Clean hands were expected before eating, especially in wealthier homes. Not because of hygiene they didn't understand germs, but because filth at the table was impolite. Even then, optics mattered. A quirky tidbit in noble court servants sometimes brought basins for guests to wash their hands, mid-meal, often perfumed water poured over your fingers by someone younger and terrified. That moment of cleansing wasn't about health. It was about class. You recall once watching a noble slice meat with a jeweled dagger only to wipe the blade on the fur of the dog at his feet. Manners apparently had tears. Back at your table, the merchant's son interrupts a story to grab the last slice of soft cheese. A beat. Then slowly, someone clears their throat. A quiet reminder. He falters, then offers the piece to the Reeve sheepishly. Balance restored. Because in the Middle Ages, sharing food was sacred, but only if you understood the script. Speak only when the host speaks. Don't reach across someone else's bowl. Never burp unless you're among equals. And never, ever comment on the food unless asked. A compliment is appreciated. A complaint is exile. You remember a boy who mocked the cook's stew once. Next day, he was eating alone in the corner. No bread, no bowl, just a turnip. You chew in silence, now alert. The rhythm of the table is almost musical. Bite, sip, murmur, pause. Like a dance. It's not about being polished. It's about being in tune. You glance around. No one's watching you. That's good. It means you're doing it right. You finish the last of your porridge, nod politely, and step away from the table without turning your back to the host. Not because you're afraid, but because that's what's done. Because sometimes, the only difference between being fed and being forgotten is a single misstep at the table. The pot smells wrong. Sour in a way that lingers in your nose and makes your eyes water. You lift the lid anyway. A pale, curdled film floats on top, flecked with yellow and gray. You sigh. It's dairy day, and that means guessing what's still good and what's trying to kill you. You ladle out a portion of what was once goat milk. Or sheep. No one's sure anymore. It's thick jelly-like. Your spoon stands upright for a moment before toppling over with a wet slap. You stare at it. Then you eat. Because spoiled dairy wasn't a tragedy in the Middle Ages. It was an ingredient. There was no refrigeration. No best-by date. If milk turned, you didn't weep. You used it. Curdled milk became soft cheese. Skimmed cream was beaten into butter if the weather cooperated. Sour milk went into bread. Nothing was wasted, not even the whey. You take another bite. It's tart, not unpleasant, just sharp. It wakes you up in a way nothing else does. Historians still debate how intentional early cheese-making really was. Did it start with milk forgotten in a calf's stomach pouch? Or was it discovered when someone left goat milk on a warm rock too long. Whatever the origin, by your time cheese is everywhere on trenchers, in stews, even wrapped in leaves for safekeeping. Though safekeeping is generous. More often than not, you discover your cheese has changed personalities overnight. What was soft is now hard. What was mild is now angry. Blue veins, normal. Mold only, if it's the right color. You once found a cheese that hissed when cut. You still dream about that. Here's a quirky fact: some noble households prize stinking cheese as a luxury. The stronger the odor, the more impressive the presentation. A famous French bishop reportedly carried his personal wheel of cheese like a sacred relic. Peasants, meanwhile, scraped green fuzz off theirs and called it penance. Back in your bowl, the curds have begun to separate. You stir them back together. This is lunch. You add a pinch of ash for texture. Yes, ash. Charcoal soot was a common preservative and occasionally mistaken for seasoning. You chew with purpose. Dairy fills you in a way meat doesn't. It's gentler, comforting. When it's not terrifying, someone nearby offers you a bit of fresh butter. You thank them knowing it's a lie. The butter's soft, but it tastes like the smokehouse, and sheep, and thyme. Still, you spread it on a piece of rye crust and eat it like royalty. Because in a season like this, any fat is a miracle. You remember once hearing someone joke, if it squeaks, it's cheese. If it runs, it's spoiled. If it talks back, bury it. You didn't laugh then. You do now. Because in this world, dairy isn't just food, it's a roulette wheel. And every bite is a spin. You chew slow. Listen. Wait. Swallow. Survive. And somehow, still, you crave it. The tang, the salt, the memory of warmth. Because dairy, for all its danger, tastes like home. Even if it fights you every step of the way, you feel a soft crunch in your bread and freeze. That wasn't crust. That wasn't grain. That had legs. You discreetly spit into your sleeve, glance around, and of course, no one reacts. Because bugs in your bread, totally normal. Welcome to the bonus protein of medieval life. You examine the loaf again. At first glance, it looks fine, dark dense, flecked with bits of rye and oat. But those black specks, not poppy seeds. You spot a beetle leg, a tiny wing fragment, maybe two. You eat around it, because you've done this before. In the medieval world, food came with company. Weevils in the grain, mites in the flour, worms in dried fruit, rats in the cellar, mice in the walls. Insects were just another ingredient no one wanted to name. Historians still argue how widespread these infestations were. Some say people noticed, but ignored them. Others argue that by the time bread was baked or grain was boiled, any remaining vermin were considered cooked out. What's undeniable is there was no such thing as pest control. Just pest management. You once watched a baker sift flour with a net made from horsehair. The goal wasn't to eliminate bugs, just to separate them. Some flour was so infested, it had to be mixed with ash to balance the taste and color. You try not to remember that as you chew. A quirky tidbit: some medieval recipes even accounted for insects. One German cookbook warns against baking with rye flour that's too dark with life. Another suggests toasting grains to kill the lively bitterness. Translation bugs roast better than they bake. And then there are the rats. You descend into the cellar once to fetch a sack of beans. You find teeth marks on the rope. The sack is torn. Inside, beans half gone, half gnawed. You swear softly. The rats were here first, and they always come back. You once heard of a tavern keeper who hung smoked sausages from the rafters in iron cages. The rats climbed the chains anyway. You have to respect that kind of ambition. You light a candle and check your own stores. Nothing moves. For now. But the threat is constant, not just for food theft, but for disease, fleas, droppings, bacteria before the word existed. You've learned to store bread, high seal grain, in clay pots, line shelves with bitter herbs. Some say rosemary keeps vermin away. Others say rosemary is for graves. You choose not to think too hard about that. Back at the table, someone cracks a walnut and finds something squishy inside. He shrugs, eats it anyway. You know people who burn their bread deliberately to kill whatever's inside. Some scrape the blackened crust, clean. Others chew it like punishment. You've tried both. Because here's the truth. Bugs mean your food is real. It came from the earth. It sat in a barn. It survived a storm, a rat, a merchant's wagon, and maybe a few days forgotten in a corner. And if you're still eating it now, you're winning. The bread in your hand has cooled. You tear off another piece more careful this time. You hold it to the light. Just shadows. Just seeds. You think. You chew. You survive. Because in the Middle Ages, you don't throw food away because of a few legs. You thank it for sticking around long enough to be eaten. You sit at a long wooden bench, chewing a piece of salted fish that tastes like regret and ocean rot when someone whispers, beaver tail counts as fish. You stop mid-bite. What the monk beside you nods solemnly. So said the Pope. And that apparently settles it. Because tonight isn't just dinner, it's Friday. And that means no meat, or at least no land meat. But in the Middle Ages, where protein is rare and survival trumps theology, religious fasting gets creative. You glance around. Plates are sparse. No pork, no chicken, no beef. But plenty of dried cod eel, salted herring pickled perch, and something that looks suspiciously like rabbit, but has been reclassified as pond creature. Because when the church decreed that Christians must fast often, for dozens of days each year, people didn't necessarily eat less. They just redefined the rules. Historians still argue how strictly these fasts were observed among different social classes. Nobles might flaunt their piety with elaborate fish feasts, while peasants did what they could with turnips and bean mash. But everywhere there were loopholes, and few were as famous as the beaver. Yes, the beaver. Because it swims, medieval scholars reasoned it must count as fish. The tail especially was fatty, oily, and convincingly aquatic. So it became a fasting staple in some monastic communities served grilled braised or even stuffed with herbs. A quirky fact, capybaras, yes, the South American rodents, were similarly declared fish by the Catholic Church much later. It wasn't biology, it was survival diplomacy, and it wasn't just meat. Dairy and eggs were often forbidden too during fasts, so cooks turned to almond milk, oat porridge, and a parade of substitutes that tasted vaguely like penance. You once drank butterless butter, a gray paste made from mashed peas and salt. You're still recovering. Tonight's feast is pickled eel. Coiled like a ribbon, its meat is chewy and fishy in a way that lingers long after the last bite. But it's technically holy. You eat in silence alongside others who are pretending not to crave sausages. And the fasts come often. Fridays, Lent Ember Days, Saints' Vigils. At times, nearly half the year is under dietary restrictions. You plan your calendar around the menu. You count days by flavors. Feast or fast. Feast or fast. But here's the paradox. Some fasting meals are more elaborate than the normal ones, especially among the rich. A monk once wrote about a simple Lenten supper featuring 12 kinds of fish almond custard and a symbolic pear stuffed with saffron. It's called humble excess. You call it confusing. You sip your ale and sigh. In your world, food is already limited. To limit it again by doctrine feels cruel, but also strangely comforting. Fasts provide rhythm, meaning, an excuse to eat less when the pantry's empty, a reason to say no, a structure for chaos. And on certain fast days, you even feel cleansed, not physically, emotionally. There's something about eating with restraint that makes the next stew feel earned, sacred even. You finish your eel. You pretend to like it. You pass your bowl to a neighbor who didn't get any. And you remember the unspoken truth of these holy meals. In the Middle Ages, faith dictated your fork, and when rules got in the way of survival, faith bent. The wind outside howls like something feral, but inside the hut, it's quiet except for the soft clink of a spoon against a bowl. You're mixing honey and garlic, not for flavor, for medicine, because in this world, food isn't just fuel. It's a remedy, a superstition, a warning, and sometimes it's all three at once. You sip the mixture. It burns sweet and sharp, sliding down your throat like fire wrapped in flowers. Your cough eases a little, or maybe you're just distracted by the taste, because back then, every illness had a flavor. Fevers meant garlic. Colds meant onions boiled in milk. Weak blood, liver. Or maybe wine with crushed rosemary. Or maybe pigeon droppings, depending on who you asked. Historians still argue how much of medieval food as medicine actually worked. Some herbal remedies had merit willow bark for pain mint for digestion. But many cures came from Galenic theory, balance the body's four humors with hot, cold, wet, or dry foods. You're not sick. You're imbalanced. Better eat more leeks. A quirky tidbit. One cookbook from the 14th century suggests feeding pears boiled in wine to melancholic patients because pears are cool and moist, and melancholy is dry and cold. You once tried it. It just made you gassy. You glance down at your medicine, a thick sludge of honey garlic, and something green that might be nettle or mold. You sip again. You've had worse. There's also magic in the mix. Witches wise, women monks. Everyone has a recipe. Tie a sprig of thyme to your wrist for fevers. Bury a potato under the hearth to ward off hunger. Eat boiled frog legs on a full moon to strengthen bones. Or don't. Food is sacred and suspicious. You once saw a woman spit 3 times before kneading bread. Not for taste, for protection. From spirits. From souring. From the unknowable. You remember the time you sliced open a loaf and found a black feather baked inside. You didn't eat it. You buried it. Tonight, someone hands you a small cake filled with dried herbs. It smells like mint and fear. You eat it anyway. You're told it'll help you sleep, or make your dreams prophetic, or ward off the night hag. Honestly, you're fine with any of the 3. You stir a small pot of broth, thickened with barley, and bits of dried sage. Your grandmother once said sage keeps the soul clean. Your stomach disagrees, but your heart listens. Because in the Middle Ages, the line between food and potion is paper thin. You chew slowly, wondering if the warmth in your belly is healing or just hope. And even hope tastes better than nothing. You lie back, stomach coated in garlic and something vaguely bitter. You feel your fever breaking, or maybe rising. Hard to say. The herbs have blurred everything. The wind howls again. You close your eyes. You're not cured, but you're full. And tonight, that's enough. Your stomach twists. Not from hunger, but from something far worse. Something you ate. Something you shouldn't have. You clutch your side, a bead of sweat forming on your brow, despite the winter cold. Your body knows, before your mind does, you've been poisoned. Not by treachery, not by arrival, by supper. Welcome to the most common cause of sudden death in the medieval kitchen food poisoning. You stumble toward the privy. It's little more than a hole behind the hut, cold and merciless. You barely make it. Your vision blurs. Your hands shake. Your stomach revolts with the violence of an angry god. And it's not even the worst case you've seen. You once watched a man die overnight from undercooked goose liver. Another collapsed mid-meal after eating spoiled shellfish. A third swore his cheese was only a little green, he didn't survive the night. Historians still argue how many medieval deaths were caused by foodborne illness. Records blame bad humors, curses even lunar cycles, but we now suspect botulism, salmonella ergot poisoning. All common, all invisible. You remember the baker's boy who licked uncooked dough from his fingers. He didn't come to work the next day. No one spoke of it. But everyone started baking longer. You lie down, breath shallow, and recall the meal. Was it the meat? The milk? That suspicious chunk in the stew you'll never know. Because back then, illness didn't come with labels. There were no thermometers, no antiseptics, no way to clean your kitchen beyond tossing water and hoping. A quirky tidbit in some noble homes meals began with someone else tasting the food first, usually a servant. The taster tradition wasn't just paranoia, it was practical. If they died, the feast was off. Problem solved. You don't have a taster, just your gut. And tonight, your gut is losing the battle. You curl up, sweat soaking your linen. There's no doctor, just the village herbalist if she's awake. She might give you boiled fennel, or powdered charcoal, or a prayer, or nothing. It depends on her mood and whether she likes you. Someone brings you a cup of water. You stare at it horrified. Not that. Never that. You wave it away. They offer ale instead. You nod. Carefully. Your stomach quiets for a moment. You sip. You pray. You hope. This isn't rare. This is Tuesday. Because in the Middle Ages, death came by blade by plague. Or by breakfast. And tonight, it came wrapped in stew. You sit in the dark, back against a wooden beam. Your bowl empty in your lap. There's no candle. Just the glow of coals, pulsing softly, like a sleeping heart. The others around you have finished eating. Some are already snoring. One mutters in his sleep. You don't know what you just ate. Not really. But it's warm in your belly, and that's enough. Because sometimes, not knowing is better. You glance at the pot near the fire. It's still half full. A congealed mixture of root vegetables. Maybe some barley. Maybe some meat. The edges have formed a crust. No one scrapes it. Not tonight. Historians still debate whether the typical medieval villager actually knew what was in their meals. Most didn't read. Recipes were oral ingredients changed daily. What mattered wasn't the name of the dish, but that it filled a hole, that it stayed down. You stretch your legs slowly. The ache in your joints reminds you that dinner was more than food. It was pause. A moment of heat, a rhythm against the cold ticking of hardship. In the Middle Ages, eating wasn't indulgence. It was ritual. It was reassurance, even if what you were eating had no name. You think of the stew your neighbor made last winter. 3 kinds of bean-dried apple marrow scraped from a cracked ox bone. She called it everything, because that's what it was. Here's a quirky fact. Some households kept stew pots going for weeks, even months, just topping them off daily with whatever came to hand. Onions, garlic, bread crusts, sometimes even dried fruit. The flavors layered into something complex, unknowable, and strangely beloved. They called it perpetual stew. You've eaten from pots like that, You've added to them. And now you sit with your belly full of a recipe no one remembers. A dog sighs near the door. Someone turns over on a straw mat. A bowl clinks gently as it's set down beside the hearth. This is the hour when the world goes quiet. Not just your hut, the whole village, maybe the whole valley. The fires dim, the mice settle, even the wind softens, and you realize you've survived the day. Again. Despite the cold, despite the hunger, despite the mystery of every single bite. Because in the Middle Ages, food wasn't pleasure, it was persistence. And tonight, you've persisted. The embers glow faintly now, like the final heartbeat of the fire, as your body settles deeper into the dark. Outside, frost creeps across rooftops, quiet as breath, but inside, it's still warm in the way only food can make you feel. Not comfort food, not sweet or rich or nostalgic, just food that stayed. That held its shape, that filled the space between bone and thought. You breathe slowly. The aches in your joints dissolve. The sour taste at the back of your throat fades. In this darkness, even your doubt seems soft around the edges. You think of bread too hard to chew stews, too sour to name bowls, that cracked meals that vanished too quickly. And yet every one of them kept you here, kept you moving, kept your body making warmth where there was none. Tonight, the truth of medieval food doesn't scare you. It humbles you, because it wasn't delicious, or clean, or safe, but it was enough. And enough sometimes is everything. So close your eyes now. Let the world shrink down to the size of a single glowing coal. Let your breath rise and fall like the tide of a hearthside dream. The hunger is gone. The night is quiet. And the worst of it, like the stew, has passed. Worst jobs in Victorian-era history. We slip into the grimy underbelly of Victorian England, where the air stinks of coal and despair, and every alley hides a job fouler than the last. Picture yourself trudging through London's fog boots, squelching in something unnameable as gaslights flicker like judgmental eyes. The Industrial Revolution's humming, but for you, it's a grind of survival jobs that make modern bad days look like spa retreats. Spoiler, you probably won't survive this unscathed, but let's roll the dice anyway. You're a tosher, one of the sewer scavengers prowling London's underground labyrinth in the 1840s. The sewers are a dripping, rat-infested maze of brick tunnels, some so tight you crawl on your belly through sludge that's more organic than you'd like. Your job, scavenge for coins jewelry, or anything shiny lost in the city's waste. It's treasure hunting Victorian style, but the treasure's coated in a stench that clings to your skin for days. You carry a battered lantern, its weak flame dancing in the damp air, and a long stick to poke through the muck. Every step risks a slip into deeper filth, or a bite from a rat the size of a terrier. The pay's decent, maybe a shilling for a good find, but you're racing against other toshers, all desperate for the same scraps. The sewers aren't just gross, they're deadly. Cholera outbreaks fueled by contaminated water kill thousands in London during the 1830s and 1840s, a fact you can't unlearn once you're wading in it. Gas pockets lurk too, methane or worse, that can choke you or explode if your lantern sparks. Yet, there's a quirky pride among toshers. Some claim they found gold rings or pocket watches boasting in pubs about their sewer luck. One odd tale swears a tosher discovered a diamond ring, only to lose it in a bet over ale. Historians still argue whether toshers were savvy entrepreneurs or just desperate souls with no other options. The truth, probably both. You're not here for glory, though. You're here because the alternative starving in a workhouse is worse. Your day starts at dawn, slipping through a manhole while the city sleeps. The cold bites your fingers as you descend, and the slimy ladder feels like it's conspiring to dunk you. Down below, the air's thick, a mix of rot and something faintly metallic. You tie a rag over your mouth, not that it helps much. The tunnels echo with drips, and the occasional curse from a rival tosher nearby. You find a promising pile of muck and start sifting your stick, churning up things you'd rather not name. A glint catches your eye, a bent spoon may be worth a penny. You pocket it, ignoring the warm squish against your thigh. Lunch is a crust of bread, eaten topside if you can keep it down. Here's a grim chuckle. Toshers sometimes called themselves sewer kings, as if ruling a kingdom of filth made it noble. Another joke. The rats down here are so bold they'll steal your finds and expect a thank you. And one more, you'd think the smell would knock you out, but no, it just becomes your personality by week 2. By nightfall, you're back in the pub, trading stories of close calls and meager hauls. Tomorrow, you'll do it again. Because in Victorian London, a tosher's life is one long wade through the city's underbelly chasing glimmers in the dark. You're a pure finder now, roaming Victorian London's streets with a sack and a grim mission collecting dog dung. It's the 1850s, and the city's leather industry hungers for pure, the polite term for canine waste used to tan hides into soft, supple gloves or book bindings. You wake before dawn, when the streets are quiet, save for the clatter of early carts and the occasional drunk staggering home. Your tools are simple as stick to scrape up the freshest piles, a sack that's already stiff with yesterday's haul, and a nose that's given up protesting. You're not alone in this trade. Other pure finders, often women, or the elderly shuffle through the alleys, eyes locked on the cobblestones for their next score. A good day might net you sixpence enough for a stale loaf and a corner to sleep in. The work is as low as it gets, even by Victorian standards. You trudge through Spitalfields or Whitechapel, where dogs' strays or pampered pets leave their mark on every corner. The stench clings to your clothes, marking you as untouchable. Shopkeepers shoo you away, and children giggle holding their noses. Yet there's a strange rhythm to it. You learn which butcher shops attract the most strays, where rich folks walk their spaniels, and how to dodge the street sweepers who'd claim your prize for themselves. A quirky tidbit: some pure finders swore certain breeds produce better pure with poodle dung, fetching a premium at tanneries. True or not, you'll take any edge in this game. The leather industry's boom drives your trade. By the mid-19th century, London's tanneries process thousands of hides yearly, a fact that keeps you employed but doesn't make the job less vile. You deliver your sacks to middlemen who haggle mercilessly, knowing you can't afford to walk away. The health risks are real. Typhoid and other filth-borne diseases stalk the city, and your hands are never quite clean. Historians still argue whether pure finders were victims of poverty or scrappy survivors turning waste into wages. You feel both depending on the day. A bad haul means hunger. A good one means a fleeting sense of victory. Your mornings are a race against rivals. You spot a fresh pile near a pub, but another pure finder's already closing in. You're faster scooping it into your sack with a practiced flick. She curses under her breath, and you flash a smirk. Petty wins keep you going. By noon, your sack's heavy, and your back aches from stooping. You eat a bruised apple, leaning against a wall, ignoring the stares of passers-by. The tannery's a long walk, and the foreman's a cheat, but you've got no choice. You hand over your haul, pocketing a few coins, while dreaming of a bath that'll never happen. For a chuckle, pure finders had nicknames like dung queens, as if a crown made the job glamorous. Another laugh. You'd think dogs would run out of contributions, but London's mutts are tireless. And one more, the tannery workers complain about your smell. Talk about irony. As dusk falls, you're back on the streets scanning for tomorrow's haul. The city's a machine, and you're its forgotten gear, turning dog mess into someone else's luxury. You trudge on sacks slung over your shoulder, chasing the next pile in the fading light. You're a night soil man, now hauling buckets of human waste through London's moonlit streets in the 1860s. The city sleeps, but you're wide awake navigating alleys where the air's thick with a stench that could wake the dead. Your job is to empty cesspits, foul overflowing pits beneath outhouses before the morning sun exposes the mess. You carry a battered cart, a shovel, and buckets that slosh with every step, threatening to spill on your already soaked boots. The pay's not terrible, a shilling or two per pit, but the hours are brutal, and the smell's a permanent houseguest in your lungs. Other night soil men work in grim silence nearby their lanterns, casting shadows that dance like ghosts. This trade's as old as cities, but Victorian London's growth makes it a nightmare. By 1850, the city's population tops 2 million, and most homes lack proper plumbing, a fact that keeps your cart rolling. Cesspits fill faster than you can empty them, and cholera's still a grim reaper, thanks to leaking waste. You shovel sludge into buckets, trying not to gag as it splashes your hands. A quirky tidbit, some night soil men sold their hauls to farmers as fertilizer, turning city filth into countryside gold. But you're no merchant, just a laborer, carting away what polite society pretends doesn't exist. Historians still argue whether night soil men were unsung sanitation heroes or exploited cogs in a broken system. You lean toward the latter, especially on nights like this. Your shift starts at midnight. You knock on a client's door whispering to avoid waking the neighbors, then head to their backyard pit. The lid creaks open, releasing a cloud that burns your eyes. You scoop fast-filling buckets and haul them to your cart muscles, screaming. Some pits are so deep, you climb in, knee-deep in muck, praying the walls don't collapse. You've heard stories of men suffocating that way. By 3 a.m., your cart's full, and you trudge to the dumping ground outside town, where the pile grows mountain high. Dawn's your deadline. Nobody wants to see you working. The work marks you. Your clothes reek no matter how you scrub, and your wife, if you've got one, sleeps in another room. You find small rebellions, like spitting into the pit of a stingy client who haggled your fee. A chuckle night soil men called themselves midnight gardeners, as if they were planting roses. Another laugh. The rats at the dump are so fat they waddle like bankers. One more, you'd think the city'd thank you. But no, you're invisible unless you spill a bucket. As dawn tints the sky, you park your cart and collapse, dreaming of a job that doesn't follow you home. You're a chimney sweep now, a scrawny figure scrambling up London's soot-choked flues in the 1870s. The city's skyline bristles with chimneys, each one a dark, suffocating tunnel you must conquer. Your job is to climb inside, scraping away layers of creosote and ash to keep fires burning safely. You're barely 10, maybe 12, because only small bodies fit these narrow shafts. Your tools: a brush, a scraper, and a sack for the soot that coats your skin like a second shadow. The pay's a pittance, a few pennies per chimney, but your master keeps most of it, leaving you with bruises and a cough that won't quit. Other sweeps, kids like you, dart through the streets, their blackened faces earning stares or pity. Chimney sweeping's a grim cornerstone of Victorian life. By 1875, over 200,000 chimneys in London need regular cleaning, a fact that fuels this child labor trade. The flues are tight sometimes, just 9 inches wide, and you contort your body, elbows and knees raw from scraping brick. Falls are common. So are burns or suffocation when flues collapse or trap you. A quirky tidbit: some sweeps claimed they could sing to the chimney, listening for echoes to find blockages. You try it once, but the soot in your throat chokes the tune. Historians still argue whether the 1875 Chimney Sweepers Act meant to regulate the trade saved kids like you or just push the abuse underground. You know it hasn't changed your day. Your morning starts at 5 a.m., shivering in a damp attic with other sweeps. Your master, a gruff man with a cane, assigns you a dozen chimneys across town. You run to the first house, climbing onto the roof as frost bites your bare feet. Inside the flue, it's pitch black, the air thick with dust that stings your eyes. You push upward, brush in hand, feeling the walls close in. A wrong move jams your shoulder. Panic spikes, but you wriggle free. Soot rains down, filling your mouth with a bitter grit you'll taste all day. By noon, you're at the third house, starving, but too filthy to eat the bread in your pocket. The risks are relentless. You've seen boys fall, bones snapping on cobblestones below. Others develop chimney sweeps cancer from soot lodged in their skin. Nobody talks about it, but you've noticed the older sweep's scars. You steal moments of defiance, like tossing a pebble down a client's fancy chimney for a secret clatter. A chuckle sweeps called themselves Knights of the Flue, as if it's noble to choke on ash. Another laugh. The rich folk think you're lucky like a black cat until you track soot on their rugs. One more. Your master swears soot's good for the lungs. Try telling that to your hacking cough. As dusk falls, you limp back. Another day, survived dreaming of a life beyond the chimneys. You're a leech collector, now wading through murky marshes on the outskirts of Victorian England in the 1860s. Your job is to gather leeches for doctors who swear by bloodletting to cure everything from fevers to bad moods. Barefoot, you shuffle through slimy water trousers rolled to your knees as leeches latch onto your calves like tiny squirming vampires. Your tools are minimal: a sack to store the wriggling creatures, and a stick to pry them off without tearing your skin. The pay's meager: a penny per dozen leeches, but it's enough to keep you from the workhouse. Other collectors, mostly women, or the desperate work nearby, their legs dotted with red welts under the gray sky. Leech therapy's a medical staple, with millions of leeches used annually in Britain by the mid-19th century, a fact that keeps you knee-deep in muck. The marshes are treacherous quicksand patches, and sharp reeds lurk, and the cold water numbs your toes within minutes. You feel the leeches before you see them. Their bite's a sharp pinch, followed by a warm trickle of blood. A quirky tidbit: some collectors sang to pass the time, claiming leeches were drawn to the sound. You hum a tune, half hoping it's true, but mostly to drown out the squelch of mud. Historians still argue whether leech collecting was a skilled trade or just a desperate last resort for the poorest. You'd call it punishment, but nobody's asking. Your day begins at dawn, trudging miles to the marsh with your sack slung over your shoulder. The air smells of rot and damp earth, and mosquitoes buzz around your face. You step into the water, wincing as the cold bites, and wait. Soon, a leech finds you, then another, until your legs are a living bait trap. You collect 50 by noon, peeling them off with your stick, each one squirming in your palm like a slick black jewel. Your legs bleed steadily, and dizziness creeps in. Too many leeches, too little breakfast. You pause on a hummock, chewing a crust of bread, ignoring the sting of open sores. The risks pile up. Infections from dirty water are common. Some collectors lose toes to gangrene. You've heard of women fainting from blood loss, left to sink in the mud. You cope with small rebellions like flicking a leech at a passing crow for target practice. A chuckle, locals call you leech witches, as if you're casting spells out here. Another laugh. The doctors buying your haul look horrified when you limp in, as if they didn't know healing came at this cost. One more, you'd think leeches would run out, but the marshes are a bottomless pit of them. By dusk, you're back home legs, bandaged counting your pennies, and dreading tomorrow's wade. You're a matchstick girl now, toiling in a sweltering East London factory in the 1880s, where the air hums with the clatter of machines and the sharp sting of chemicals. Your job is to dip wooden sticks into vats of white phosphorus to make lucifer matches the kind that light with a satisfying snap. You're 16, maybe younger, hunched over a bench for 12 hours a day, fingers stained yellow and eyes burning from fumes. Your tools are simple: a tray of sticks, a pot of glowing paste, and a rag to wipe the sweat that never stops. The pay's a few shillings a week, but fines for dropping a match or talking cut deep. Other girls cough beside you, their faces gaunt, some already marked by the job's cruel toll. The match industry is a Victorian juggernaut, producing billions of matches yearly by 1880, a fact that keeps these factories churning. Phosphorus is the devil in this deal. Its fumes seep into your lungs, and a single splash can burn skin to the bone. Worse, it causes phossy jaw, a disease where your jawbone rots, teeth fall out, and your face glows faintly in the dark before it collapses. A quirky tidbit: some girls smuggled phosphorus home to poison rats, a risky side hustle that could land them in jail. You've thought about it, but the rats in your tenement are the least of your problems. Historians still argue whether the 1888 match girls' strike, a rare rebellion, was a turning point for labor rights or just a fleeting cry against a merciless system. You dream of joining one, but for now, you dip and pray. Your day starts at 6 a.m., shuffling into the factory under the foreman's glare. The heat hits like a fist. Summer or winter, it's always stifling. You dip sticks one by one, your fingers trembling to avoid spills that mean docked pay. By noon, your head throbs and your gums ache, early signs of phossy jaw, though you won't admit it. Lunch is a snatched bite of bread, eaten in silence. Talking risks a fine. The older girls scare you. Some have jaws wrapped in bandages, their breath foul with decay. You keep dipping, each match a tiny rebellion against the pain. The risks are relentless. Fires spark easily, and you've seen girls' aprons catch, leaving scars. Phosphorus poisoning slow but certain. Doctors say half the girls here won't see 30. You cope with defiance, like sneaking a smirk at a friend when the foreman's back is turned. A chuckle, the girls call phosphorus the devil's butter, as if it's just a spread gone wrong. Another laugh. The rich buy your matches to light their cigars, oblivious to the jaws crumbling for their convenience. One more. You'd think the factory'd ventilate the fumes, but no, that'd cost more than your life's worth. As night falls, you stumble home, fingers throbbing, dreading the mirror that might show your own face starting to betray you. You're a bone grubber, now scouring the refuse heaps of Victorian London in the 1870s, your eyes sharp for anything salvageable amidst the city's cast-offs. Your job is to collect bones, chicken mutton, or whatever's left, from butchers and kitchens to sell to rag and bone men who supply soap and fertilizer makers. You roam alleys and middens, a sack over your shoulder hands caked with grime as you sift through rotting food, broken glass, and worse. Your tools are just your fingers and a stick to poke the piles, plus a nose that's learned to ignore the reek. The pay's a pittance, a penny or two per sack, but it's all that stands between you and starvation. Other grubbers, hollow-cheeked and hunched, compete nearby, their muttered curses blending with the squawk of gulls. Bone grubbing's a grim thread in Victorian England's waste economy. By mid-century, London generates tons of refuse daily, a fact that fuels this scavenging trade. Bones are gold in your world. Boiled down, they make glue or grease or get ground into fertilizer for fields far from the city's stink. You dodge street sweepers and rival grubbers all after the same scraps. A quirky tidbit: some bone grubbers claimed they could read a bone's value by its weight, swearing a good femur was worth a pint at the pub. You try the trick, but every bone feels like a taunt. Historians still argue whether bone grubbers were resourceful survivors or the last gasp of a society that let its poorest pick through garbage. You feel like a ghost, invisible, unless someone's complaining about the smell. Your day starts at dawn, when the city's refuse is freshest. You hit the heaps near markets, where butchers toss scraps. The ground slick with grease, and your boots' rags tied to your feet slip as you dig. A chicken bone here, a cracked rib there. Your sack fills slowly. By noon you're filthy, your hands cut from shards hidden in the muck. You pause to gnaw a bruised carrot, scavenge from the pile, ignoring the grit between your teeth. The bone man's cart is your destination, but he's a cheat weighing your haul with a heavy thumb on the scale. You argue, but he knows you're desperate. The risks are constant. Tetanus from rusty nails or infections from filthy cuts dog your steps. You've seen grubbers collapse too weak to carry their sacks left to rot with the refuse. You fight back with small acts like hiding a prime bone from a rival's reach. A chuckle grubbers call themselves treasure hunters, as if a pig knuckles a pirate's doubloon. Another laugh. The rats here are so cocky, they'll stare you down over a bone. One more, you'd think the city'd clear its trash. But no, they'd rather pay you pennies to live in it. As dusk settles, you drag your sack, home bones rattling, dreaming of a day when you're not digging through someone else's leavings. You're a rat catcher, now prowling the shadowy alleys of Victorian London in the 1860s. Your mission: to hunt the rodents that infest every corner of the city. Armed with a wiry terrier at your heels, a sack, and a pair of thick gloves, you stalk through slums and warehouses where rats scuttle in brazen packs. Your job is to trap or kill them, selling their pelts for a few pennies or their carcasses to tavern keepers who breed them for rat-baiting shows. The pay's erratic, maybe a shilling on a good night, but it's a living, and you've got a knack for spotting the flicker of a tail in the dark. Other catchers work nearby their dogs, snarling as they compete for the best hunting grounds. Rats are a plague in Victorian England, with millions infesting London by the 1860s, a fact that makes your trade essential, yet despised. They spread disease gnaw through grain stores and terrify housewives, but to you, they're currency. You set traps baited with rancid cheese or chase them down with your dog, who's more partner than pet. A quirky tidbit: some rat catchers claimed they could talk to rats mimicking squeaks to lure them out. You've tried it half laughing, but the rats aren't fooled. Historians still argue whether rat catchers were skilled pest controllers or just showmen profiting off a city's filth. You're too busy dodging bites to care. Your night begins at dusk when rats grow bold. You head to a dockside warehouse where grain sacks are a rodent buffet. The air smells of damp wood and sour beer, and your lantern casts jittery shadows. Your dog Bess sniffs out a nest, and you pounce gloved hands, snatching a fat rat before it bolts. It squirms, teeth snapping, but you toss it into your sack. By midnight, you've got a dozen, and Bess is panting, tail wagging, like she's won a prize. You pause for a swig of ale, leaning against a crate, the night alive, with squeaks and distant shouts. The risks are sharp. Rat bites carry fever, and you've got scars to prove it. Some catchers lose fingers to traps or get mauled in rat-baiting pits when bets go sour. You cope with defiance like naming your biggest catch Lord Nibble before selling it. A chuckle catchers call themselves Knights of the Sewers, as if rats are dragons to slay. Another laugh. The posh folks scream at a single rat, but cheer when dogs tear them apart in pubs. One more you'd think the city'd thank you, but they just wrinkle their noses at your dog's bloody muzzle. As dawn nears you, head to the tavern sack, heavy with writhing profit, dreaming of a night when the rats don't outsmart you. You're a treadmill worker now, trudging endlessly on a creaking wooden wheel in a Victorian prison in the 1850s, your legs burning as you climb steps that lead nowhere. Your job, or rather your punishment, is to power the treadmill, a brutal device meant to grind corn or pump water while breaking your spirit. You're locked in a dim, airless room, one of dozens of prisoners each on your own wheel, separated by partitions to crush any hope of camaraderie. Your tools, just your aching body and a will to survive the 6-hour shifts. There's no pay, only the promise of a meager supper if you don't collapse. The groans of other workers and the relentless clank of the treadmill fill the air, a grim chorus in this house of correction. The treadmill's a hallmark of Victorian penal reform, with over 100 prisons using them by 1850 to enforce hard labor, a fact that makes your sentence feel like a slow death. Each step's a battle. The wheel's resistance is calibrated to exhaust, and falling means a lash from the warder's stick. Sweat soaks your coarse uniform, and your knees scream for rest that never comes. A quirky tidbit some prisoners claim they dreamed on the treadmill, their minds drifting to escape the monotony. You try it, imagining a field far from this hell, but the warder's shout snaps you back. Historians still argue whether treadmills reformed criminals or just crushed their bodies and souls. You'd bet on the latter, but you're too tired to think. Your day starts at dawn, shuffled from your cell to the treadmill shed. The warder barks orders, and you step onto the wheel, gripping the rail to steady yourself. The first hour's brutal. By the third, your legs are lead, and your breath comes in ragged gasps. You're allowed a 5-minute break at noon, just enough to gulp tepid water and choke down a crust of bread. The other prisoners are strangers, their faces hidden, but you hear their coughs, some wet with sickness. Tuberculosis thrives here, and you wonder if you're next. You push on each step, a defiance against the machine that wants you broken. The risks are merciless. A misstep can twist an ankle or worse, and exhaustion claims the weak, some faint, only to be revived for more. You cope with small rebellions, like muttering curses under your breath, too quiet for the warder to hear. A chuckle, prisoners called the treadmill the everlasting staircase, as if it led to heaven instead of hell. Another laugh. The corn you're grinding feeds the guards' horses better than you. One more, you'd think the warders would tire of watching you suffer. But no, they grin like it's a sport. As dusk falls, you're marched back to your cell body, screaming, dreaming of a world where your steps take you somewhere free. You're a fluffer now, crawling through the dusty underbelly of a Manchester cotton mill in the 1870s. Your job to clean the lint and grime from spinning machines that never stop. The factory's a roaring beast, its air thick with cotton fibers that coat your throat and eyes like a second skin. You're small, often a child or a slight woman, because only nimble bodies can squeeze beneath the whirring looms. Your tools are a rag, a brush, and a bucket for the filth you scrape from gears and belts. The pay's a few pennies a day, barely enough for a shared bed in a slum, and the foreman's quick to dock you for slowing production. Other fluffers scuttle nearby their coughs, echoing over the clatter, each one racing to finish before the next shift. Cotton's king in Victorian Britain, with mills producing millions of yards of cloth yearly by 1870, a fact that keeps you in this choking purgatory. The machines are relentless, and fluffers work while they run dodging belts that can snag a limb or scalp you in a blink. The dust is the real enemy. Inhaled it scars your lungs, leading to brown lung disease that leaves you gasping by 30. A quirky tidbit, some fluffers tied scarves over their faces, fashioning bandit-like masks that made them look like outlaws in a haze. You knot a rag around your mouth, but it's more hope than help. Historians still argue whether fluffers were exploited cogs or unsung keepers of the mill's heartbeat. You feel like a ghost, crawling through the machine's guts, unseen, but essential. Your shift starts at 5 a.m. The mill already alive with noise. You drop to your knees, crawling under a loom, your brush scraping at clumps of oily lint. The floors slick with grease, and the machine's heat singes your skin. A belt whirs inches from your head. One slip, and you're mangled. By noon, your bucket's full, and your lungs ache, each breath tasting of dust and metal. You snatch a moment to sip water, coughing up black phlegm that stains your rag. The other fluffers are kids, mostly some younger than 10, their eyes wide with fear or dulled by exhaustion. You trade a nod with one, a silent pact to keep going. The risks never sleep. A caught rag can yank you into the machine, and you've seen girls with missing fingers or worse. Lung disease is a slow killer. You already wheeze on cold mornings. You fight back with tiny rebellions like flicking a wad of lint at a rat skittering by. A chuckle fluffers call themselves dust fairies, as if they're sprinkling magic instead of choking on it. Another laugh, the mill owners wear fine cotton suits, oblivious to the lungs ruined for their profit. One more, you'd think they'd stop the machines for cleaning, but know that it'd cost more than your life. As night falls, you crawl out, body aching, dreaming of air that doesn't taste like a grave. You're a knocker-up now wandering the pre-dawn streets of industrial Manchester in the 1870s, rapping on windows to wake factory workers before their grueling shifts. Your job is to ensure the city's laborers, mill hands, dockers, and the like don't oversleep, as clocks are rare and unreliable for the working poor. You carry a long bamboo pole, sometimes a pea shooter for upper windows, and a lantern to light your way through fog-choked alleys. The pay's a few pennies per client scraped together weekly enough to keep you from the workhouse, but not much else. Other knocker-ups, often widows, or the elderly shuffle nearby, their taps echoing like a strange morning Morse code across the slums. This odd trade thrives in Victorian Britain's factory boom, with millions clocking into mills by 1870, a fact that makes your role a quirky cog in the industrial machine. You memorize dozens of addresses. Timings precise to the minute, as a late wake-up could cost a worker their job. and you, your fee. The cold bites your fingers, and the pole's weight strains your arms by dawn. A quirky tidbit: some knocker-ups used rhymes to rouse clients, whispering jingles like, "Up lad, the loom's a-calling." You try it once, but your gruff oi shifts on works better. Historians still argue whether knocker-ups were vital community pillars or just a stopgap in a world without alarms. You feel like a human rooster, indispensable, yet laughed at. Your night starts at 3 a.m., when the city's quiet save for the clink of milk cans and distant factory whistles. You pull on your tattered coat, light your lantern, and begin your rounds. The streets are slick with dew, and you tap softly on a weaver's window, waiting for a groggy curse to confirm they're up. Upstairs, windows are trickier. You aim your pole, carefully glass, being pricier than your week's wage. By 5 a.m., you've woken 30 souls, your throat dry from calling out. You pause for a sip of tea from a flask, leaning against a lamppost, the stars fading above. Some clients are kind, slipping you a biscuit. Others grumble, as if you're the one chaining them to the mill. The risks are subtle, but real. A missed window means a missed wage, and angry clients might refuse to pay. Thieves lurk in dark alleys, and you've dodged a few grabs for your lantern. You cope with small defiances like tapping extra hard on a stingy client's pane. A chuckle knocker-ups call themselves dawn's shepherds, as if herding sleepy workers is noble. Another laugh. The rich sleep through your taps, their clocks ticking in warm parlors. One more, you'd think folk would thank you, but no, they curse the messenger of their misery. As dawn breaks, you finish your rounds, pockets jingling faintly, dreaming of a bed you'll only see when the city's already awake. You're a mudlark, now scouring the muddy banks of the River Thames in 1860s London, your eyes scanning the slime for anything worth a penny. Your job is to salvage scraps, bits of coal nails, or even a lost button from the river's edge, where the tide deposits the city's refuse twice a day. Barefoot, you wade through cold, greasy mud, a sack tied to your waist, fingers numb from sifting through silt. Most mudlarks are kids, or the destitute, and you're no different dodging bigger scavengers who'd steal your finds without a blink. The pay's, whatever a ragman or pawnbroker will give, may be enough for a crust of bread. Other mudlarks curse and splash nearby, their silhouettes bent against the gray dawn. The Thames is London's lifeblood, and sewer carrying tons of debris daily in the mid-19th century, a fact that keeps you knee-deep in its filth. The mud's a treacherous mix of sewage, dead fish, and broken glass, and one wrong step could slice your foot or pull you under. A quirky tidbit: some mudlarks swore they found treasures like silver spoons or gold rings sparking tales of river luck. You found a bent fork once, but most days it's just coal lumps. Historians still argue whether mudlarking was a desperate act of survival or a strange kind of freedom for those with nothing left to lose. You feel trapped, but the river's open sky is better than a workhouse wall. Your day starts at low tide when the Thames retreats to reveal its muddy hoard. You trudge to the riverbank near Blackfriars, the air thick with rot and salt. The mud sucks at your ankles, and you probe with a stick, hoping for a glint of metal. A nail here, a shard of pottery there. Your sack grows heavy, but never valuable. By noon, you're shivering, your legs caked in sludge that smells like despair. You pause on a broken crate, gnawing a stolen apple, watching barges glide past with cargoes you'll never touch. The pawnbroker's a hike away, and he'll cheat you, but it's your only shot at supper. The risks are relentless. Tides turn fast, and you've seen kids swept away, their cries swallowed by the current. Infections from cuts are common. Your feet are a map of scars. You cope with small rebellions, like tossing a worthless pebble at a gull for sport. A chuckle mudlarks call themselves river rats, as if they're clever thieves, not just freezing kids. Another laugh. The gentry stroll above, tossing coins for charity, but never into your mud. One more, you'd think the river'd run out of junk. But no, it's as endless as the city's sins. As dusk falls, you haul your sack to market, dreaming of a find that could change your life. But knowing the Thames keeps its secrets, you're a resurrectionist, now creeping through a foggy London graveyard in the 1820s, your shovel ready to unearth a fresh corpse for profit. Your job is to steal bodies from new graves and sell them to medical schools where surgeons dissect them to learn anatomy. You work under moonlight with a sack of crowbar and a lookout who's as jittery as you. The pay's tempting a guinea or two per body, but one slip means the gallows or a mob's wrath. Other resurrectionists lurk nearby their muffled shovels, competing in the dark, all racing to snatch the dead before dawn. The air smells of damp earth and fear, and every creak could be a watchman's step. Body-snatching peaks in the early 19th century, with London's medical schools needing thousands of cadavers yearly, a fact that fuels this ghoulish trade. Only executed criminals are legally dissectable, so you fill the gap digging up the freshly buried. You're careful prying open coffins, dragging out bodies, and refilling graves to hide your theft. A quirky tidbit: some resurrectionists bribe sextons for grave locations, turning churchyards into grim marketplaces. You've slipped a coin to a greedy verger once, but trust is scarce. Historians still argue whether resurrectionists were cold opportunists or desperate men pushed by poverty and science's demand. You feel the weight of both, but the coin in your pocket dulls the guilt. Your night begins at midnight, scouting a churchyard in Southwark where a burial happened today. You climb the wall, heart pounding, and kneel by the grave, its loose earth a giveaway. You dig fast, muffling the shovel's scrape, while your mate scans for trouble. The coffin splinters open, revealing a shrouded figure. You haul it out, stripping the shroud to avoid theft charges. It's heavy, cold, and all too human, but you sling it over your shoulder and run. By 3 a.m., you're at a back alley surgeon's door, haggling over the price. He pays, but his sneer says, "You're scum." You pocket the money, already dreading the next grave. The risks are brutal. Watchmen patrol with dogs, and families sometimes booby-trap graves with iron cages. You've dodged a shotgun blast once the pellets whistling past. Getting caught means prison, or worse, a lynching by grieving relatives. You cope with grim humor, whispering to the corpse, "Off to schoolmate." A chuckle resurrectionists called bodies subjects, as if they're volunteering for science. Another laugh. The surgeons who buy your wares preach morality by day. One more, you'd think graveyards would be peaceful. But no, they're your battlefield. As dawn nears, you slip home coins clinking, dreaming of a job that doesn't haunt your sleep. You're a tanner now, toiling in a stench-soaked tannery on the edge of London in the 1850s, transforming raw animal hides into leather for boots, belts, and books. Your job is to soak, scrape, and treat skins in vats of foul liquids, your hands wrist-deep in a brew of urine, lime, and worse. The tannery's a grim yard of steaming pits where the air burns your throat and the ground slick with grease. Your tools are a curved knife, a wooden paddle, and a stomach strong enough to keep breakfast down. The pay's a shilling or two a day better than scavenging, but the smell follows you like a curse. Other tanners grunt nearby, their faces lined with exhaustion, all wading through the same reeking hell. Tanning's a backbone of Victorian industry, with Britain producing millions of leather goods yearly by mid-century, a fact that keeps you elbow-deep in filth. You start with raw hides, stiff with blood, and hair dunking them in urine to loosen the fur. Then comes scraping hours of flaying flesh from skin, your blade slipping dangerously close to your fingers. The vats are worst filled with tannin from oak bark, or for cheap jobs, dog dung, tying you back to those pure finders from earlier days. A quirky tidbit some tanners swore by chanting to bless the hides, claiming it made leather softer. You mutter a half-hearted rhyme, but the hides don't care. Historians still argue whether tanners were skilled artisans or just laborers drowned in a trade too vile for others. You'd say it's both skill, keeps you alive, but the stench buries you. Your day starts at dawn, hauling hides from a cart that reeks of slaughter. The tannery's open to the sky, rain or shine, and today's drizzle turns the yard to mud. You scrape a cowhide, your arms aching, while flies buzz around the pile. By noon, you're at the vats, stirring a bubbling mix that makes your eyes water. Lunch is a hunk of bread, eaten far from the pits, though the smell clings to your hands. The other tanners are a rough lot trading jabs about who's got the worst vat. You keep quiet, focused on not slicing your thumb off. The foreman prowls docking pay for slow work, his boots somehow cleaner than yours. The risks are constant. A slip into a vat can burn your skin raw, and infections from hide cuts fester fast. The fumes wreck your lungs. You've seen old tanners wheeze their way to early graves. You cope with small rebellions like tossing a scrap of hide at a rat for sport. A chuckle tanners call themselves leather poets, as if this muck's an art form. Another laugh. The gentry wear your leather gloves, but gag if you walk near. One more, you'd think the vats would empty, but no, the city's hides keep coming. As dusk settles, you rinse your hands pointlessly and trudge home, dreaming of a job where the air doesn't taste like death. You're a slaughterhouse boy now, barely 12, working in a blood-soaked abattoir on the fringes of London in the 1860s, where your job is to kill and butcher animals for the city's insatiable appetite. The slaughterhouse is a grim maze of pens and killing floors, the air heavy with the tang of iron and the screams of livestock. You wield a heavy knife, a mallet, and a bucket for offal, your small frame dwarfed by the chaos. The pay's a few pennies a day enough for a shared cot, but the nightmares come free. Other boys, some younger, dart through the gore, their eyes hard or haunted, all stained red by the work. Victorian London devours meat, with slaughterhouses processing thousands of cattle, sheep, and pigs weekly by mid-century, a fact that keeps you swinging your blade. You lead a cow to the killing floor, its eyes wide, and strike its skull with the mallet, a clean blow if you're lucky. Then comes the knife, slashing the throat, warm blood soaking your arms. You gut and skin, the stench of innards mixing with sawdust, a quirky tidbit some boys sang to calm the animals, claiming it made the meat taste sweeter. You hum a tune, but it's more for you than the beast. Historians still argue whether slaughterhouse work hardened boys into men or broke their spirits before they grew up. You feel both your hands steady, but your dreams a mess. Your day starts at 4 a.m., the abattoir already roaring with bleats and bellows. You pull on an apron, stiff with dried blood, and grab your tools. The first kill's the hardest. By the 10th, you're numb, slicing through flesh like it's canvas. The floor's slick, and one slip could mean a gash or a hoof to the chest. By noon, you're drenched, pausing to gulp water that tastes faintly of copper. The older butcher's bark orders their hands scarred from years of this. You envy their calluses, physical and otherwise. The animals keep coming herded from pens, and you keep killing each death a weight you carry. The risks are brutal. A panicked steer can crush you, and knife slips cost fingers. Disease festers in the filth. You've seen boys sicken from bad cuts. You cope with defiance, like carving a rude word into a hide where no one will see. A chuckle, the boys call themselves blood artists, as if gore's a masterpiece. Another laugh. The city's butchers sell your meat as prime, never mentioning the kids who bled for it. One more, you'd think the animals would run out, but no, the pens are never empty. As dusk falls, you scrub your hands raw, knowing the stains go deeper, and shuffle home exhausted but restless. Now let's ease you out of this grim world. Picture the abattoir, fading its clamor, softening to a distant hum, like a storm passing over the horizon. You're no longer that boy, wrists aching, standing in blood. You're here safe, the air clean and cool, maybe a fan's gentle whir in the background. The Victorian streets dissolve, replaced by a quiet night stars peeking through a velvet sky. Those jobs, toshers, pure finders, all of them belong to history. Now their weight lifted from your shoulders. Let your breath slow, each exhale carrying away the day's heaviness. The world's softer here, a place of rest where no shovel or knife awaits you. Drift gently wrapped in the calm of this moment as sleep creeps in like a kind friend. Good night, dear listener, and sweet dreams. You wouldn't survive a medieval doctor's visit. We slip through the mists of time straight into a medieval village where the air smells of wood smoke and damp straw. You're clutching your side, a dull ache gnawing at you, and the only hope lies with a so-called doctor in a rickety hut at the edge of town. The sign above the door, a crude carving of a bleeding arm, sways in the wind, creaking like a warning. Spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this visit, but let's take the plunge anyway. You push open the door, and the hinges groan like they're auditioning for a ghost story. Inside the hut is a dim cave of flickering shadows lit by a single tallow candle that smells faintly of burnt mutton. The air is thick with the scent of dried herbs, lavender, sage, maybe something less pleasant, like they're trying to mask the stench of last week's patients. You squint at the walls, where bundles of wilted plants hang like forgotten party decorations. A wooden table, scarred and wobbly, dominates the room, stained with splotches you don't want to identify. Is that blood, or just spilled ale? Let's hope for ale. Your shoes scuff against the dirt floor, kicking up dust that dances in the candlelight. You notice a shelf lined with jars, cloudy glass, filled with murky liquids, and what looks like a pickled toad. Medieval medicine loves its oddities, and this place is no exception. Historians tell us these huts doubled as apothecaries, where healers mixed remedies from whatever grew nearby, or frankly, whatever sounded mystical enough to charge for. No medical school here. Your doctor might be a monk, a midwife, or just the guy who's good with a knife. You hesitate, wondering if you should bolt. That ache in your side twinges, urging you to stay. A curtain of strung beads rattles in the corner, and you half expect a wizard to emerge. Instead, a wiry figure in a stained tunic shuffles out, eyeing you like you're a puzzle to solve or a purse to empty. This is your healer, and their credentials are, let's say, flexible. In the 1300s, medicine was less science, more guesswork, with a side of superstition. Fun fact, some healers doubled as astrologers checking your star sign before treating your fever. Taurus bad, news buddy Venus is cranky today. You glance at the tools on the table, a rusty blade, a bowl of slimy leeches, and something that looks like a torture device, but is probably just for popping boils. Your stomach does a little flip, and not the fun kind. Historians still argue whether these healers believed their methods worked, or if they were just hustling to survive. Either way, you're their guinea pig now. You sit on a stool that wobbles like it's got a personal vendetta, and the healer mutters something about evil vapors in your gut. Evil vapors sounds like something you'd blame on the dog, but here it's a diagnosis. The quirky tidbit of the day, some medieval healers used unicorn horn powder for cures. Spoiler. It was usually narwhal tusk, or just ground up bone, sold at a markup to desperate folks like you. You're not getting any unicorn magic today, though. The healer's already reaching for a clay pot, labeled in smudged Latin, and you're pretty sure it's not chamomile tea. You brace yourself, the candle flickering like it's laughing at you. This is just the start, and already you're questioning your life choices. Maybe that ache isn't so bad after all. You're perched on that wobbly stool, the healer's hut creaking around you, like it's judging your life choices. The candle flickers, casting shadows that make the pickled toad jar look like it's winking. Your side aches, but now you're face to face with your doctor, a barber surgeon, who looks like he moonlights as the village butcher. His tunic is splattered with stains you hope are just broth, and his hands, rough as tree bark, clutch a leather pouch of tools that clink ominously. You catch a glimpse of a rusty blade and something that resembles a knitting needle's evil cousin. This guy's your best shot at survival. Good luck. He squints at you, scratching his beard like he's solving a riddle. In medieval Europe, barber surgeons were the go-to for everything from haircuts to amputations. Yes, the same guy shaving your chin might saw off your leg by noon. Historical records show they were often trained through apprenticeships, watching someone else botch surgeries until they got a turn. No diplomas, just vibes. You notice his fingers are stained with what might be ink or blood. Let's go with ink for your sanity. So what ails ye? He grumbles, his breath smelling of onions and regret. You point to your side, wincing, and he nods, like he's seen it all before. He doesn't ask questions like a modern doctor. No family history. No rate your pain. Instead, he kneels and sniffs you like you're a questionable loaf of bread. This is a real thing, by the way. Medieval healers sometimes diagnosed by smell, believing bad odors meant bad spirits. Quirky tidbit, some thought garlic breath could ward off disease. You're not sure if you're being cured or prepped for a stew. He stands, muttering about fluxes and ill humors, and you're already lost. You try to explain your symptoms, sharp pain, maybe a fever, but he waves you off. He's more interested in your birth month. Born under Mars. That's your problem, he declares, as if the planet's personally out to get you. Historians still argue whether these healers genuinely trusted astrology or used it to sound legit. Either way, you're not feeling the cosmic love right now. He shuffles to his table, pulling out a tool that looks like a cross between a spoon and a dagger. You flinch, remembering that leech bowl from earlier. Not yet, he says, catching your panic. Instead, he hands you a chipped cup filled with a murky liquid that smells like wet socks. Drink, he orders. You hesitate, eyeing the floating bits. Is that a leaf or something worse? You take a sip, and it tastes like despair, with a hint of mint. He claims it's a soothing tonic, but you're pretty sure it's just ditch water with extra herbs. You choke it down your stomach, staging a tiny rebellion. The barber surgeon watches unimpressed, then starts sharpening a blade on a stone. The screech of metal makes your teeth hurt, and you're starting to think that ache in your side isn't worth this. Gotta balance your humors, he says, like it's obvious. You nod, pretending you understand, but you're mentally drafting an apology to your immune system. Oh, and here's a light chuckle for you. If this guy's tools were any rustier, they'd qualify as medieval modern art. You glance at the door, tempted to make a run for it, but the pain in your side flares, rooting you to the stool. The healer's now humming a tune that's weirdly cheerful for someone about to stab you. You're not sure what's coming next, but the clinking tools and that sniff test aren't filling you with hope. The hut's walls seem to lean in the herb scent, turning sour. You're in deep now, and this barber surgeon's about to show you just how wild medieval medicine gets. You're still on that creaky stool, the barber surgeon's onion breath lingering like an unwanted guest. The murky tonic you just choked down is staging a sit-in in your stomach, and your side's ache is now competing with a growing sense of dread. The hut's candle sputters, throwing shadows that make the rusty tools on the table look like they're plotting against you. Your healer, still humming that oddly chipper tune, has decided sniffing you wasn't enough. Now he's staring into your eyes, tilting your head like you're a prize pig at a fair. It's the spirits, he declares, nodding sagely. Spirits. You're pretty sure it's just a stomach bug, but he's not taking notes. In medieval times, diagnosing illness was less about microscopes and more about mysticism. Doctors, or whatever this guy, is often blamed ailments on supernatural causes, like angry gods or mischievous demons. Historical texts like those from 14th century Europe show healers relied on folklore as much as observation. Your barber surgeon points to a smudged chart on the wall, covered in zodiac symbols and squiggly lines. The moon's in Scorpio, he says, as if that explains your pain. You nod, hoping agreement keeps that dagger spoon thing away from you. He kneels again this time, pressing his ear to your chest, listening for what evil whispers. You hold your breath, partly because you're nervous, partly because his beard smells like old cheese. Here's a quirky tidbit. Some medieval healers believed a patient's breath could carry cursed air that caused plagues. They'd hold garlic cloves to their noses during exams, thinking it blocked the curse. Your guy's not using garlic, but you wish he'd invest in some medieval mouthwash. You're starting to think his hygiene's a bigger threat than your side ache. Historians still argue whether these superstition-based diagnoses were pure showmanship or genuine belief, I whisper, as you try not to flinch. Some scholars say healers used spooky jargon to impress clients, while others think they truly saw spirits in every sneeze. Either way, you're not loving the vibe. The barber surgeon steps back, muttering about planetary misalignments. He grabs a clay bowl and starts mixing something that looks like mud, but smells like despair. This'll expel the spirits, he promises, stirring with a stick that's seen better days. You eye the mixture, wondering if you can fake drinking it. The bowl's rim is crusted with, let's call it history. You're no expert, but you're pretty sure modern medicine doesn't involve spirit-chasing sludge. The healer's still talking now, blaming your pain on a vexed saint. Apparently, you've offended Saint Fiacre, patron of gardeners, and weirdly stomach issues. Should have prayed harder, he scolds like you had a choice between that and this hut. You force a smile, mentally promising to light a candle for any saint who gets you out of here alive. The candle's flame dances, and you notice a tiny spider scuttling across the table, dodging the leech bowl, like it knows something you don't. Here's a light chuckle. If that spider's your doctor's assistant, it's probably the cleanest thing in this room. The healer hands you the bowl, insisting you drink to appease the spirits. You lift it, the smell hitting you like a punch. It's like someone bottled a swamp and called it medicine. You take a tiny sip, gagging as it coats your tongue. The barber surgeon nods approvingly, like you've just aced a test. You're not sure what's worse, the pain in your side, or the fact that you're now a reluctant ghostbuster. The hut's walls creak, the herb scent turning bitter, and you can't shake the feeling you're one bad diagnosis away from disaster. That rusty blade on the table glints, reminding you of the tools from Section 1. You're hoping this spirit nonsense is the worst of it, but the healer's already reaching for something new, muttering about balancing the heavens. Whatever's next, you're not ready. You're still gripping that foul bowl, the taste of swamp sludge lingering like a bad decision. The barber surgeon's hut feels smaller now, the air heavy with herb fumes and your growing panic. That ache in your side pulses, but you're more worried about the healer's next move. He's done sniffing you and blaming saints, and now he's pacing, muttering about your humors. You catch the word hot and wet, and for a moment you think he's describing the weather. Nope. He's diagnosing you medieval style, and it's about to get weird. You set the bowl down, hoping he doesn't notice, but his eyes are on you like a hawk's. In medieval medicine, the theory of humors ruled everything. Doctors believed your body was a mix of 4 fluids: blood phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile, and illness meant they were out of whack. Too hot or wet, and you're in trouble. This came from ancient Greek thinkers like Hippocrates, and by the 1300s, it was gospel. Your barber surgeon points at you, declaring your blood's overly sanguine, which sounds like a compliment, but means you're a walking furnace. He's not wrong about the sweating, though. Between the pain and this hut's stuffy vibe, you're a mess. He shuffles to his shelf, grabbing a book that looks older than the hills. It's not a medical text. It's more like a wizard's diary with sketches of organs and stars. He flips to a page and jabs at a drawing of a man with arrows pointing to his veins. Too much blood, he says, like it's obvious. You're no scholar, but you're pretty sure you need all your blood. He's already reaching for a clay jug, pouring a liquid that smells like vinegar and regret. This'll cool you, he promises. Quirky tidbit: some healers added crushed snails to cooling drinks, believing they're slime-balanced humors. You peer into the jug, praying there's no snail surprise. You sip, wincing as the sourness burns your throat. The healer nods, satisfied, but you're not feeling cooler, just queasier. Historians still argue whether humoral theory was a sincere attempt at science or just a fancy excuse for guesswork. Some say it gave healers a framework to sound authoritative. Others think it was a placebo game. Either way, you're the one drinking vinegar while he lectures you about moist humors. You're starting to think your side ache is the least of your problems. The candle's flame wobbles, casting shadows that make the leech bowl look like it's smirking. You glance at it, remembering those creepy crawlies from Section 1. The healer follows your gaze and chuckles. Not yet, he says, like he's saving the leeches for a grand finale. Instead, he pulls out a small mirror, holding it to your face. Look at your tongue, he orders. You stick it out, feeling ridiculous, and he squints like he's reading a map. Too red, he mutters. Apparently that's another sign of your hot blood. You're tempted to ask if he's just making this up, but that rusty blade on the table keeps you quiet. Here's a light chuckle. If this guy's mirror was any cloudier, you'd think it was a medieval selfie filter. You catch your reflection pale, sweaty, and regretting every step that brought you here. The healer's now scribbling on a scrap of parchment, probably billing you for the snail-free vinegar. You shift on the stool, the wood creaking, like it's as fed up as you are. The ache in your side flares, reminding you why you're here, but you're starting to wonder if you'd be better off with a nap and some bread. The hut's walls creak the herb scent, mixing with vinegar fumes, and you feel like you're in a bad alchemy experiment. The barber surgeon's still muttering about humors, and you're bracing for what's next. That book of his is open, and you spot a sketch of a man with a knife at his arm. Bloodletting. Oh no. You're hoping it's just a doodle, but the glint in his eye says otherwise. You're in deep, and this humoral nonsense is about to take a sharp turn. You're still stuck in this stuffy hut, the vinegar tonic sitting like a rock in your gut. The barber surgeon's pacing now, his stained tunic flapping as he mutters about your sanguine blood. That ache in your side is a constant nag, but you're more worried about the glint in his eye and that sketch you glimpsed in his book, a man with a knife at his arm. The candle's flame flickers, making the rusty tools on the table look like they're ready to star in a horror story. You shift on the creaky stool, wishing you'd stayed home with a hot cloth and hope. Too late now. He's decided it's time to purge your bad humors, and that means bloodletting. Bloodletting was a cornerstone of medieval medicine rooted in the humoral theory we talked about last section. Doctors believed draining blood could rebalance your body, curing everything from fevers to bad moods. Historical records like those from the 13th century monasteries show it was done for headaches, infections, even lovesickness. Your barber surgeon grabs a small, wickedly sharp blade called a fleam and a chipped bowl to catch the blood. He holds the fleam up, inspecting it like a chef admiring a knife. You notice rust spots and try not to imagine where it's been. He motions for you to roll up your sleeve. "This'll fix ye," he says, tying a strip of cloth around your arm so tight your fingers tingle. You're not convinced, but arguing with a guy holding a blade seems unwise. He taps your vein, humming that cheerful tune again, and you wonder if he's enjoying this too much. Quirky tidbit: some healers believed the blood's color revealed your soul's purity. Dark blood meant sin. Bright red was a good sign. You're hoping for neon pink at this point, just to get out of here. The fleam hovers over your skin, and you brace yourself. The first cut stings like a wasp, and you bite your lip to keep from yelping. Warm blood trickles into the bowl, a slow drip-drip that sounds louder than it should. You feel woozy, and not the fun kind from too much ale. Historians still argue whether bloodletting helped or harmed more patients, I murmur as you watch the bowl fill. Some say it relieved pressure in rare cases. Others call it a death sentence by slow drain. You're leaning toward the second opinion right now. The healer's focused, occasionally wiping the fleam on his tunic hygiene, clearly not his strong suit. You try to distract yourself by counting the herb bundles on the wall, but the room's spinning a bit. Here's a light chuckle. If this guy's bowl overflows, maybe he'll call it a successful purge and frame it. You're not laughing, though. Your arm throbs, and the ache in your side hasn't budged. You're starting to think this cure is worse than the disease, whatever it is. He finally stops wrapping your arm in a rag that's seen better days. "Good blood," he says, peering into the bowl like it's a crystal ball. You're lightheaded, wondering if you'll faint before you escape this hut. The leech bowl from Section 1 catches your eye, and you pray he's not planning a double feature. Rest now, he says, but the stool's no place for a nap, and the air's thick with blood and herb smells. You're not sure how much more of this you can take. The candle's burning lower, casting long shadows that make the pickled toad jar look like it's judging you. Remember that unicorn horn scam from Section 1. You'd trade all the narwhal tusks in the world for a modern bandage right now. The barber surgeon's already cleaning his phlegm, whistling like he's just baked a pie. You're alive barely, but the ache in your side is still there, and you're wondering what fresh nonsense he's got planned. The hut's walls creak, and you feel like you're one bad cut away from becoming a medieval statistic. You're slumped on that wobbly stool, your arm throbbing under a grimy rag from the bloodletting fiasco. The barber surgeon's hut smells like a mix of blood vinegar and those questionable herbs hanging like sad garlands. Your side ache hasn't budged, but you're too dizzy to care much. The candle's flame is a stub now, spitting shadows across the table where the phlegm freshly wiped on his tunic glints like it's proud of itself. You're hoping the worst is over, but the healer's rummaging through a wooden chest muttering about restoring your strength. That sounds nice until he pulls out a clay pot labeled with scribbles. That could be Latin, or just bad handwriting. You're about to meet the wild world of medieval herbal remedies, and spoiler, they're not chamomile tea. Medieval healers leaned hard on plants, believing nature held cures for every ailment. Historical records, like 12th century herbals, list hundreds of concoctions, from mint for digestion to hemlock for, well, let's hope not hemlock. Your barber surgeon scoops a greenish paste from the pot, the smell hitting you like a wet forest floor. "This'll soothe your innards," he says, smearing it into a cup of water. You peer in, seeing flecks that might be leaves or something that crawled in by mistake. He hands it to you, and you're pretty sure this is the cousin of that swamp sludge from Section 3. You hesitate remembering the vinegar disaster from Section 4. "What's in it?" you ask, voice shaky. He shrugs, listing nettle wormwood and a pinch of blessed thistle. Sounds like a salad for a very sad rabbit. Quirky tidbit, some remedies included toad spittle for potency, though it was likely just pond scum sold to gullible folks like you. You're praying this paste skips the toad juice, but the smell isn't promising. You take a sip, and it's like chewing a lawn with a side of bitterness. Your stomach gurgles, and not in a happy way. Historians still argue whether these herbal mixes were medicine or just placebo, I whisper as you force another gulp. Some plants like willow bark had real benefits, think medieval aspirin, but others like wormwood could poison you if the dose was off. Your healer's not exactly measuring with a scale. He's eyeballing it, stirring with a stick that's probably been in worse places than that pot. You're starting to think the bloodletting from Section 5 was the warm-up act. At least you're not bleeding anymore, though your arm's still screaming. The healer watches you drink, nodding like you're acing a test. You're not. Your tongue feels like it's growing moss, and the ache in your side is now sharing space with a queasy churn. Here's a light chuckle. If this remedy's supposed to restore you, you're ready to be restored to a different century, preferably one with pharmacies. You set the cup down, half empty, but he pushes it back. "Finish it," he barks, like you're wasting his masterpiece. You comply, gagging as the last dregs slide down. You glance at the leech bowl from Section 1, still lurking like a bad omen. The healer follows your gaze and grins. "Not today," he says, but you don't trust that twinkle in his eye. He's back at his chest, pulling out another pot, this one with a crusty lid. You're not sure how many more soothing remedies you can handle. The hut's walls creak the herb scent, now drowned by whatever's in that new pot. Remember that pickled toad jar from section 1? You're starting to think it's the sanest thing in here. Your head's foggy, your sides still aching, and you're wondering if you'll survive this herbal onslaught. The barber surgeon's humming again, and you brace for whatever's next. You're barely holding it together on that rickety stool, your stomach churning from the bitter wormwood paste you just forced down. The barber surgeon's hut is a haze of herb fumes, blood, and that lingering vinegar tang from section 4. Your side ache is a dull throb, but it's now competing with the wooziness from bloodletting in section 5 and the mossy aftertaste of that soothing remedy. The candle's nearly gone, its weak flame making the rusty flame on the table look like it's ready for an encore. You're praying for a break, but the healer's got other plans. He's eyeing your leg now, muttering about corrupt flesh that needs fixing. You freeze. He's talking surgery without anesthesia, and you're about to learn why medieval patients often didn't make it off the table. Surgery in the Middle Ages was a last resort reserved for desperate cases like gangrene or shattered bones. Historical records, like 14th century surgical texts by Guy de Chauliac, describe procedures done with no pain relief beyond maybe a swig of wine. Your barber surgeon points to a spot on your leg, apparently it's suspicious, and declares it must come off. You're not sure if he means a boil or your whole limb, but neither sounds fun. He grabs a saw, its teeth jagged enough to make you miss the flame. Hold still, he says, like that's an option when you're staring at a blade straight out of a nightmare. You stammer, trying to explain, it's just your side that hurts. But he's already wiping the saw on his tunic. His go-to cleaning method, apparently. The table's stains from section 1 suddenly make sense, and you're not loving the odds. Quirky tidbit: some surgeons used egg yolk as a post-surgery bandage, believing it sealed wounds. You're picturing a yolk-smeared leg and wondering if you'll smell like breakfast before this is over. The healer offers you a wooden stick to bite. For the pain, he grunts. You take it, noticing teeth marks from past victims, patients. Historians still argue whether medieval surgeons knew how risky their methods were, I murmur as you grip the stick. Some say they understood infection, but lacked tools to prevent it. Others think they just hacked and hoped. Either way, you're the one facing a saw with no numbing cream in sight. The healer kneels, positioning the blade, and you feel the cold metal graze your skin. Your heart's pounding, and you're mentally apologizing to your leg for whatever's about to happen. The hut's walls seem to close in the herb scent, now sour with your sweat. You bite the stick, tasting old wood and despair. The first cut burns, and you yelp, the sound muffled by your clenched jaw. The healer's focused sawing, like he's carving a Sunday roast. You're fully awake, every nerve screaming, and you're pretty sure this is what hell's waiting room feels like. Here's a light chuckle. If this guy's surgical precision was a dance, it'd be the world's worst jig. You're not laughing, though. Your leg's still attached for now, but the pain's making you see stars, and not the zodiac kind from section 3. He pauses, wiping sweat from his brow, and you dare to hope he's done. Almost there, he says, which is not reassuring. Blood seeping, and you're lightheaded, remembering the bloodletting bowl from section 5. The leech bowl from section 1 glints in the corner like it's waiting for its moment. You're not sure how you're still conscious, but you're clinging to the stool like it's a lifeboat. The healer's humming again, that same cheerful tune, and you're starting to hate his optimism. The candle's flicker is your only friend, and even that's fading fast. You're praying this surgery's the last of it, but the healer's already eyeing another tool, a hook-like thing that looks like it's for fishing, not healing. Your side ache's a distant memory, now drowned by the fire in your leg. The hut's creaking the air thick with blood and fear, and you're wondering if you'll ever walk out of here. That pickled toad jar from Section 1 is starting to look like the lucky one safe in its glass prison. You're clinging to consciousness on that wretched stool, your leg burning from the barber surgeon's so-called surgery. The saw's back on the table smeared with your blood, and you're trying not to look at the rag he's tied around your wound. Less bandage, more dishcloth. The hut's air is a swamp of blood herbs, and your own panic with that stubborn side ache still nagging like an ignored guest. The candle's a pathetic stub now, its light barely touching the shadows where the leech bowl lurks. You thought the saw was the worst of it, but the healer's got a new trick. He's reaching for that bowl, and you're about to meet his slimy assistant's leeches. Yep, those creepy crawlies are about to get up close and personal. Leeches were medieval medicine's all-stars, used to cleanse blood or draw out poisons. Historical records like those from 13th century apothecaries show healers kept jars of them for everything from fevers to bruises. Your barber surgeon plucks a fat, wriggling leech from the bowl, holding it like it's a prized jewel. Its glossy body squirms, and you swear it's eyeing you back. "These'll purify ye," he says, plopping it onto your arm, right near the bloodletting cut from Section 5. You flinch as its tiny mouth latches on a cold, wet pinch that's somehow worse than the phlegm. He doesn't stop at one. Oh no. He grabs two more, sticking them on your leg, near the surgical mess from Section 7. The leeches writhe, sucking away, and you feel like you're starring in a vampire's picnic. Quirky tidbit: some healers believed leeches could read your illness, dropping off when they'd eaten the bad blood. You're not sure these guys are picky. They're gorging, like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. You try to stay calm, but the sight of them bloating with your blood is making your stomach lurch, and that wormwood paste from Section 6 isn't helping. Historians still argue whether leeches did more good than harm, I whisper, as you watch another leech latch on. Some say they reduce swelling in specific cases. Others point out the infection risk from reused critters. Your healer's not sterilizing anything, and you're pretty sure these leeches have a longer patient history than you do. The bowl's still half full, and you're praying he doesn't go for a full-body treatment. Your arm and leg are throbbing, the leech's rhythmic sucking oddly hypnotic, like a gross metronome. You shift on the stool, and it creaks like it's begging for retirement. The healer's watching his leeches with pride like a parent at a school play. Here's a light chuckle. If these leeches were employees, they'd be the only ones in this hut with job security. You're not laughing, though. Your head's spinning, probably from blood loss, or the sheer absurdity of this visit. You glance at the pickled toad jar from Section 1, wishing you could trade places with that amphibian. At least it's not being snacked on by slimy co-workers. The leeches finally start dropping off, plopping into the bowl with wet little slaps. The healer inspects them, muttering about clean blood like he's a wine taster. Your skin's dotted with tiny bite marks, and you're feeling more like a pincushion than a patient. He wipes his hands on that ever-filthy tunic, and you're starting to think his laundry's the real health hazard here. The ache in your side is still there, mocking you through the haze of pain and nausea. You're not sure how much more purifying you can take. The hut's walls groan the herb scent, now drowned by the metallic tang of blood. That zodiac chart from Section 3 is still on the wall, mocking you with its starry nonsense. The barber surgeon's already reaching for another jar. Please, not more leeches. Your body's a battlefield, and you're losing ground fast. You're clinging to the hope that this is the last of his tricks, but his cheerful hum says otherwise. The candle's flicker is barely holding on, and you're wondering if you'll outlast it. You're barely upright on that miserable stool, your arm and leg itching from leech bites and surgical hacks. The barber surgeon's hut is a fog of blood herbs and your fading willpower, with that side ache still gnawing like a rude neighbor. The candle's a sad flicker, barely lighting the table where the leech bowl sits now mercifully ignored. Your skin's a map of cuts and welts, and you're wondering if you're more wound than human at this point. Just when you think it can't get worse, the healer pauses, tilting his head like he's heard a divine PowerPoint presentation. The church, he says, gravely says, your sickness is a punishment. Great. Now you're not just sick, you're a sinner, and the priests are getting involved. In medieval Europe, the church had a chokehold on medicine, often dictating what healers could do. Historical records, like 14th century ecclesiastical decrees, show clergy insisted many illnesses were God's wrath for sins like gluttony or skipping Mass. Your barber surgeon, suddenly pious, points to a wooden cross hanging crookedly on the wall. Ye've angered the Almighty, he declares, like he's got a direct line to heaven. He's not offering a cure, now just a sermon. You're tempted to ask if Saint Fiacre from Section 3 is still mad about your gardening skills, but you're too tired to sass. He shuffles to a shelf, pulling out a vial of holy water that looks suspiciously like the hut's rainwater bucket. Sprinkle this, he says, handing it to you. You uncork it, and the smell's more mold than miracle. Quirky tidbit, some priests sold blessed relics like saints' toenails to ward off disease, though most were just pig bones passed off as sacred. You're not getting a toenail, thankfully, but you're not thrilled about this holy water either. You splash a bit on your face, hoping it's not the same stuff the leeches swim in. Historians still argue whether the church's meddling helped or hindered healing, I murmur, as you wipe the water off. Some say it gave patients hope. Others argue it delayed real treatment, while priests pocketed fees. Your healer's now chanting in Latin, or maybe he's just faking it to sound holy. Either way, it's not fixing your side ache. He insists you confess your sins before he'll treat you further. You mumble something about stealing an apple last week, hoping that's enough. He nods satisfied, but you're pretty sure he'd bless a cow for the right price. The candle's flicker makes the cross cast a long shadow, like it's judging you too. Here's a light chuckle. If this hut's a church now, it's the only one where the pews are leech-infested. You're not laughing, though. Your body's a mess bloodlet. In Section 5, sawed in Section 7, leeched in Section 8. And now you're dodging divine wrath. You glance at the zodiac chart from Section 3, wondering if Mars is to blame for this sermon. The healer's still chanting, sprinkling more holy water that's dripping onto your already soaked tunic. Your side ache pulses, reminding you why you're here, but you're starting to think prayer's your only shot. You're half expecting a full exorcism next, but the healer pauses, eyeing the door. Priests come in tomorrow, he says like it's a threat. You're not sure if that's better or worse than another round with the phlegm. The hut's walls creak, the air thick with moldy water and herb fumes. That pickled toad jar from Section 1 is still your only ally, sitting quietly while you're spiritually audited. You're clinging to the stool, your head foggy from pain and nonsense, and you're wondering if you'll survive this holy detour. The barber surgeon's back to his tools, muttering about God's will, and you brace for whatever's next. You're slouched on that cursed stool, soggy from holy water, and itching from leech bites, with your side ache still nagging like a tax collector. The barber surgeon's hut is a stew of mold blood and fading herb scents, the candle's last gasp, barely lighting the cross that judged you in Section 9. Your legs throbbing from the saw-happy surgery in Section 7, and your arms a mess from bloodletting and leeches. You're half convinced you're cursed now, thanks to the church's input, but the healer's done preaching. He's back to business, sniffing the air like a hound. Your humors are foul, he declares, wrinkling his nose. Foul, buddy? You're in a hut that smells like a swamp's armpit. He's talking hygiene now, and you're about to learn medieval cleanliness was a health hazard all its own. Medieval hygiene was a disaster by modern standards. Historical records like 14th century household manuals show bathing was rare, sometimes once a month, because many believed it opened pores to disease. Your barber surgeon points at your grimy tunic, accusing you of trapping miasmas. You're sweaty and blood-stained, sure, but you're not the one wiping tools on a tunic that's basically a biohazard. He grabs a bowl of water, murky naturally, and a rag that looks like it mopped the plague. Wash, he orders, thrusting it at you. You dip the rag, and it comes away black. Is that dirt, or the rag's life story? You scrub your hands, wincing as the water stings your leech bites. The healer's watching, muttering about cleansing vapors. Quirky tidbit, some medieval folks thought washing your face with urine whitened skin and fought infection. You're grateful he's not offering a jug of that, but this water's not exactly spa quality either. You're pretty sure it's from the same bucket as the holy water in Section 9. You splash your face, and it feels like you're marinating in regret. The ache in your side flares, unimpressed by this hygiene lecture. Historians still argue whether medieval bathing fears caused more illness than they prevented, I whisper as you dry off with a corner of your tunic. Some say avoiding baths kept wounds cleaner in a dirty world. Others point to rampant infections from unwashed everything. Your healer's not done. He hands you a lump of soap, a gritty blob of ash and animal fat that smells like a campfire's bad day. You rub it on your arms, and it's like sanding your skin. You're cleaner, maybe, but you're also raw, and the leech marks are screaming. This is hygiene. You'd take a modern shower over this any day. Here's a light chuckle. If this soap's a beauty secret, you're ready to embrace the grubby look. You're not laughing, though. The hut's air is thicker now, the blood and mold scents mixing with wet rag funk. You glance at the pickled toad jar from Section 1, wishing you could borrow its glass bubble. The healer's inspecting your washed hands, nodding like you've passed a test. You haven't. Your side ache's still there, and you're starting to think cleanliness is just another way to torture you. That phlegm from Section 5 glints on the table, reminding you of past traumas. You're tempted to ask if bathing's supposed to cure you, but the healer's already moving on, muttering about balancing your airs. He's fanning the air with his hands, like he's shooing invisible demons. You're not sure if this is medicine or performance art, but you're too tired to care. The stool creaks, your wounds throb, and the candle's flicker is barely holding on. The zodiac chart from Section 3 mocks you from the wall, and you're wondering if Mars is laughing at your hygiene struggles. The hut's walls groan, and you brace for whatever bizarre treatment's next. You're cleaner, sure, but survival feels further away than ever. You're slumped on that splintery stool, your skin raw from the gritty soap and murky water of Section 10's hygiene adventure. The barber surgeon's hut is a suffocating mix of mold blood and the faint char of that awful fat ash soap. Your side ache pulses like it's keeping time with your heartbeat, and your body's a patchwork of leech bites, surgical cuts, and bloodletting scars from sections 5, 7, and 8. The candle's a dying ember, casting just enough light to make the flame on the table look menacing. You're hoping the worst is over, but the healer's eyeing your mouth, now tapping a finger against his own teeth. Your tooth's the trouble, he declares like he's just cracked a code. A tooth. You came in for a side ache, but now you're facing a medieval dental nightmare. Medieval dentistry was often a sideline for barbers or blacksmiths, not doctors. Historical records, like 13th century guild logs, show they yanked teeth with whatever tools were handy, usually pliers, or worse. Your barber surgeon grabs a pair of iron tongs from his table, the kind you'd expect to see in a forge, not a mouth. They're rusty, of course, matching the fleam's aesthetic from Section 5. Open wide, he says, leaning in with breath that could wilt the herbs on the wall. You hesitate, your jaw clenched from pain and panic. You're pretty sure your teeth are fine, but he's pointing at a molar like it's public enemy number 1. You open your mouth, and he peers in his nose so close you're counting his beard hairs. Rotten, he mutters, though you feel no pain there. Quirky tidbit: some medieval dentists use pepper to numb gums, believing it's heat distracted from the yanking. You're not getting pepper, though just a grim nod as he grips the tongs. You brace yourself, the cold metal grazing your lip. The tongs clamp around your molar, and you taste rust before the real pain hits. He tugs hard, and you see stars, none of them, from that zodiac chart in Section 3. Your head jerks, and you grip the stool to keep from sliding off. Historians still argue whether tooth pulling was more about profit than healing, I murmur as you choke back a yelp. Some say barbers pulled healthy teeth to charge fees. Others think they genuinely believed bad teeth caused systemic illness. Either way, you're the one with tongs in your mouth. The healer twists, and the tooth gives with a sickening pop. Blood floods your mouth hot and metallic, and you spit into a bowl he shoves under your chin. The molar's out, roots and all, and he holds it up like a trophy. You're too dazed to care, your jaw throbbing worse than your side ever did. Here's a light chuckle. If this guy's a dentist, his Yelp reviews would be 1 star and a prayer. You're not laughing, though. Your mouth's a crime scene, and you're swallowing blood while trying not to faint. The healer wipes the tongs on his tunic, same old hygiene, same old terror, and tosses your tooth into a jar with others. Souvenirs. Maybe you don't ask. The ache in your side is still there, mocking you through the new pain in your jaw. That pickled toad jar from Section 1 glints in the corner, looking smugly unbothered by dental drama. You rinse your mouth with water he hands you, and it's predictably murky, probably from the same bucket as the holy water in Section 9. Your tongue probes the gap where your molar was, and you wince at the raw socket. The healer's already moving on, muttering about balancing your fluxes again. You're not sure how a missing tooth helps your side, but you're too weak to argue. The hut's walls creak the air, thick with blood and rust, and the candle's flicker is barely a whisper. You're a mess, and you're wondering if you'll survive this dental detour. The barber surgeon's humming that infuriating tune, and you brace for whatever's next. You're a wreck on that splintered stool, your jaw throbbing from the brutal tooth yanking in Section 11, blood still pooling in your mouth. The barber surgeon's hut is a suffocating haze of rust mold, and the sour herb stench with your side ache pulsing like it's mocking your suffering. The candle's gone out, leaving a single oil lamp that casts a sickly glow over the table where the phlegm and tongs sit like trophies of your torment. Your body's a canvas of pain. Leech bites from Section 8, a hacked leg from Section 7, a blood-led arm from Section 5, and now a gaping hole where your molar used to be. You're barely processing the healer's latest mutterings when the door creaks open and a new figure shuffles in. It's a plague doctor, his beaked mask looming like a bird from a fever dream. And you're about to face the creepiest part of this visit yet. Plague doctors were medieval medicine's rock stars during outbreaks, especially the Black Death in the 1340s. Historical accounts like those from 14th century Italy describe their long robes and masks stuffed with vinegar-soaked rags to block miasmas. Your visitor's mask has glass eyes that glint in the lamplight, and his cloak smells like a pickling vat gone wrong. He doesn't speak, just points at you with a gloved hand like you're next on his list. The barber surgeon steps back, suddenly demure, as if this guy's the boss. You're not sure if you're relieved or terrified, but your side aches screaming either way. The plague doctor leans in his mask's beak so close you can smell the vinegar. He tilts his head, inspecting you like a curious crow. Quirky tidbit: some plague doctors carried wands to poke patients avoiding touch to stay safe. This one's got a stick, and he's tapping your arm right on the leech bites, making you wince. You're not sure if he's diagnosing or just poking for fun, but the silence is unnerving. You try to explain your side pain, but your voice is a croak, and he just shakes his head, the beak swaying like it's saying no. Historians still argue whether plague doctors saved lives or just spread fear, I whisper, as you shrink under his gaze. Some say their herbs reduced infection risks. Others call them glorified corpse counters who fled when things got bad. Your doctor's rummaging in a satchel, pulling out a cloth soaked in something that smells like fermented regret. He presses it to your forehead, and it's cold, slimy, and definitely not soothing. You're pretty sure it's not curing anything, but you're too weak to protest. Your jaw's throbbing, your legs a mess, and you're wondering if this masked weirdo's here to finish you off. Here's a light chuckle. If this guy's mask was any creepier, he'd star in a medieval horror flick. You're not laughing, though. The hut's air is thicker now, the vinegar fumes drowning out the blood and mold. You glance at the pickled toad jar from Section 1, wishing you could hide in it. The plague doctor's still silent now, sprinkling dried herbs over you like you're a roast. You're not sure if this is treatment or ritual, but it's not helping your side. The barber surgeon's watching from the corner, humming nervously. First time he's seemed rattled. That's not a good sign. You're shivering the wet cloth, making your teeth chatter around the new gap in your mouth. The plague doctor steps back, nodding like he solved a puzzle, then hands the barber surgeon a vial of dark liquid. Give him this, he rasps, voice muffled by the mask, before gliding out the door. You're left with the healer, who looks as confused as you feel. The vial smells like death's cellar, and you're not eager to drink it. The lamp's flicker makes the zodiac chart from Section 3 look sinister, and the hut's walls creak like they're closing in. You're a battered mess, and this masked cameo's left you more shaken than ever. You're trembling on that battered stool, the plague doctor's vinegar stench still clinging to your skin like a bad memory. The barber surgeon's hut is a grim cocktail of blood mold, and now the sour reek of that herb-soaked cloth from Section 12. Your side ache is a relentless throb, joined by the symphony of pain from your bloodlet arm, sawed leg, leech bites, and missing molar from Sections 5, 7, 8, and 11. The oil lamp casts a feeble glow, barely illuminating the vial of dark liquid the plague doctor left behind. The barber surgeon's eyeing it like it's cursed, which isn't reassuring. You're hoping for a miracle, but a new figure slips through the door, a woman cloaked and carrying a basket of herbs. She's a wise woman, a healer the church doesn't approve of, and she's about to offer you her secret arts. Wise women, often midwives or herbalists, operated on the fringes of medieval medicine, blending folklore and plant knowledge. Historical records like 14th century trial accounts show they were valued by villagers but vilified by clergy for witchcraft. This woman's eyes are sharp, her hands steady as she sets her basket down. "Ignore that vial," she whispers, glancing at the barber surgeon, who's suddenly very interested in his phlegm. She pulls out a bundle of dried leaves. "Chamomile," she says, and crushes them into a clay cup. "This'll ease your pain," she promises, her voice low, like she's dodging divine eavesdroppers. You're skeptical after the wormwood disaster in Section 6, but her calm demeanor's a relief after the plague doctor's silent menace. She adds hot water from a small kettle, and the chamomile's soft scent cuts through the hut's funk. Quirky tidbit: some wise women used moon-blessed herbs harvested at night to supposedly boost potency. You're not sure if these leaves saw the moon, but you're desperate enough to try anything. You sip the tea, and it's warm, earthy, almost soothing, worlds better than the swamp sludge or vinegar tonics. Your side ache doesn't vanish, but it dulls like a bully taking a break. Historians still argue whether wise women were more effective than trained healers, I murmur as you take another sip. Some say their plant knowledge rivaled apothecaries. Others argue their remedies were hit or miss, like everything else in this hut. The barber surgeon's hovering, clearly annoyed, but too scared to challenge her. She ignores him, dabbing a salve on your leech. Bites something with mint that actually feels good. You're starting to think she's the only one here who knows what she's doing, but her presence is risky. The church from Section 9 would love to drag her to trial for this. Here's a light chuckle. If this wise woman's a witch, her spell's the first thing today that hasn't made you gag. You're not laughing, though. Your body's a wreck, and the chamomile's only a temporary shield. She whispers about cleansing your spirit with sage, but the barber surgeon snaps, "No witchery." You're caught in their stare-down, clutching the cup like it's your lifeline. The lamp's flicker makes the pickled toad jar from Section 1 look like it's cheering for her. You're grateful for the tea, but you're worried her help's drawing attention, bad attention. She slips you a small pouch of herbs, telling you to steep them later. Away from priests, she adds with a glance at the cross from Section 9. You nod, tucking it under your tunic, right where the holy water soaked you. The barber surgeon's back to his tools, muttering about proper medicine, and you're bracing for his next move. The hut's walls creak the air, heavy with mint and tension. That zodiac chart from Section 3 is still mocking you, and your side aches lurking ready to flare. You're clinging to the wise woman's kindness, but you're not out of this mess yet. You're barely clinging to that battered stool, the wise woman's chamomile tea, a faint comfort in your aching body. The barber surgeon's hut reeks of blood mold and the fading mint of her salve from Section 13, but the air's tense. Now she's gone slipping out before the church could catch her. Your side ache is a dull nag, overshadowed by the leech bite surgical scars, bloodletting cuts, and the raw socket where your molar used to be from Sections 5, 7, 8, and 11. The oil lamp sputters, casting jittery shadows over the phlegm and tongs, and the barber surgeon's back in charge clutching that ominous vial from the plague doctor in section 12. You're clutching the herb pouch she gave you, hidden under your tunic, and you're about to find out if you'll limp out of this nightmare alive. Spoiler, it's a close call. Medieval patients often faced a gauntlet of treatments, and survival was a coin toss. Historical records, like 14th century hospital logs, show many died from infection, or sheer exhaustion from cures like bloodletting or surgery. The barber surgeon sets the vial down, deciding it's too strong for you, thankfully, because it smells like death's laundry. Instead, he hands you a crust of bread and a cup of weak ale. "Build your strength," he grunts. You nibble the bread, which is stale enough to double as a weapon, and sip the ale watery, but mercifully not vinegar. Your stomach's wary after the wormwood paste in section 6, but you're too weak to refuse. You chew slowly, your jaw throbbing from the tooth pulling. The healer's watching, muttering about vapors settling. Quirky tidbits some medieval healers believed eating moldy bread could fight illness, thinking the mold was a natural tonic. You're glad this bread's just stale, not fuzzy, but it's still a chore to swallow. Your body's screaming every cut, bite, and bruise from this visit is a reminder of how far you've fallen since you walked in. The ache in your side is still there, but it's almost background noise now, drowned by the chaos of your other pains. Historians still argue whether patients survive due to treatments or despite them. I murmur as you force down another bite. Some say rest and food helped more than any potion. Others point to the infections that followed every blade. You're leaning toward the despite camp. The barber surgeon's cleaning his tools, badly wiping them on that filthy tunic from section 2. You're starting to think his hygiene's the real villain here, not your sanguine humors from section 4. You glance at the pickled toad jar from section 1, still your silent ally, and wish you could borrow its indifference. Here's a light chuckle. If this bread's supposed to revive you, it's got the enthusiasm of a soggy sock. You're not laughing, though. You're exhausted, your tunic stiff with blood sweat and holy water from section 9. The ale's gone, and you're feeling a tiny bit steadier, but your body's a wreck. The healer's muttering about sending you home, which sounds like a miracle. He wraps your leg in a cleaner rag progress and tells you to avoid moonlight for a week. You're not sure if that's medical advice or superstition, but you nod, desperate to leave. You stand wobbling like a newborn calf, and the stool creaks in relief. The hut's walls seem to sigh, the lamps flicker, barely holding back the dark. You limp toward the door, each step a victory over the phlegm leeches and that cursed saw. The zodiac chart from section 3 glares from the wall, and you're half tempted to blame Mars for this ordeal. Your side ache's still there, quieter now, but you're alive barely. The barber surgeon's humming fades as you push the door open, the night air cold and sharp. You're not cured, but you're free. And that's enough for now. You're finally out of that wretched hut, limping into the cool night air, the door creaking shut behind you like a final insult. The village is quiet, just the rustle of leaves and a distant dog's bark, but your body's a screaming map of pain. Leech bites from section 8, a sawed leg from section 7, a bloodlet arm from section 5, and a raw gap where your molar was yanked in section 11. Your side ache, the reason you went in, is a faint hum now overshadowed by the chaos of treatments. The barber surgeon's humming fades, but the memory of his rusty phlegm and that plague doctor's beaked mask from section 12 lingers like a bad dream. You're clutching the wise woman's herb pouch from section 13, and as you hobble home, you're starting to think about how far medicine has come and how lucky you'd be to have a modern doctor instead. Modern medicine, with its sterile tools and painkillers, would have been a fantasy in the 1300s. Historical records, like 15th century medical treatises, show medieval healers worked with what they had: herbs, blades, and prayers, but infection and misdiagnosis killed as often as they cured. You imagine a clean hospital bed, a doctor with a stethoscope, maybe an x-ray, to actually find what's wrong with your side. No leeches, no holy water, like in Section 9, and definitely no tongs in your mouth. You're not there yet, but the thought's a warm blanket, easing the sting of your wounds as you shuffle through the dark. You pause by a tree, leaning against its rough bark. The herb pouch smells faintly of chamomile, a gift from the wise woman who dared defy the church's rules. Quirky tidbit: some medieval healers believed moonlight could recharge herbs, a trick the wise woman might have used. You're not sure if it's true, but you're grateful for her tea. It's the only thing that didn't make you gag. You're picturing her now slipping through the shadows to avoid the priests from Section 9, and you hope she's safe. Your side ache twinges, but it's bearable, maybe thanks to her, or just your body's stubborn will to survive. Historians still argue whether medieval medicine laid the groundwork for modern science, I murmur as you take a shaky step. Some say herbalists like the wise woman pioneered pharmacology. Others argue the era's guesswork delayed progress for centuries. You're just glad you're not swallowing moldy bread or dodging that plague doctor's vinegar rags anymore. You glance back at the hut, its silhouette barely visible in the moonlight. The zodiac chart from Section 3, the pickled toad jar from Section 1, they're all trapped in there, along with the barber surgeon's awful tunic. You're free, and that's a victory, even if you're limping. Here's a light chuckle. If modern doctors saw that hut, they'd prescribe a hazmat suit and a time machine. You're not laughing, though. Your body's a wreck, but you're alive, and the night air's clearing your head. You imagine a warm bed waiting at home, maybe a fire to chase the chill from your bones. The wise woman's herbs are your secret weapon, now a promise of better days if you can just make it there. The stars above are bright, and you wonder if Mars, blamed for your woes, in Section 3 is finally giving you a break. You hobble on each step, a quiet defiance of that hut's horrors. You're almost home now, dear friend, the village fading into the soft blur of night. The ache in your side is a whisper, your wounds a distant hum, like the memory of a storm that's passed. Picture yourself sinking into a straw mattress, the herb pouch tucked safely under your pillow, its faint chamomile scent lulling you. The world is quiet, just the gentle rustle of leaves, the slow rhythm of your breath. You're safe, carried forward by centuries, to a time of clean bandages, kind doctors, and medicines that actually work. Let the hut, the phlegm, the leeches drift away, dissolving into the stars. Your eyes are heavy, your heart calm, and sleep is waiting soft as a whisper. Rest now, and let the night hold you gently. The worst jobs to have during ancient Egypt. We venture into the sands of time not to admire golden tombs or sip from alabaster goblets, but to crawl wincing into the grittier corners of ancient Egypt. Imagine the stars over Thebes, shimmering above the scent of warm date bread lingering in the evening air, and you holding a broom, preparing to clean a crocodile pond. Yes, you heard that right. You are the crocodile pond cleaner. Not a scribe, not a priest, not even a humble baker. You, dear, unfortunate soul, are tasked with keeping the sacred temple ponds, clean ponds, which incidentally double as home to one of Egypt's most unpredictable deities, Sobek, the crocodile god. The priests love him, the nobles revere him, and you fear him. Your shift begins at dawn, when the mist still rises off the Nile. You shuffle down to the pond with a long stick, a clay bucket, and the kind of resigned expression that only someone who's cleaned crocodile droppings from holy water can perfect. The water is dark, the reeds tall, and somewhere in the shallows, he's waiting. Historians still argue whether temple crocodiles were truly divine mascots or simply terrifying pests allowed too much freedom. Either way, they were fed like kings, raw beef dates soaked in honey, sometimes even beer, which meant they had the energy and the attitude of drunk royalty. The job's unspoken motto: don't make eye contact, don't smell like meat. You sweep fish bones from the pond's edge while side-eyeing a sleepy crocodile half submerged in mud. He opens one eye. You freeze. You wonder if Sobek eats me, does that count as a religious experience? To pass the time, you hum old harvest songs, swat flies with your elbow, and pray you don't trip. The high priest once joked that slipping into the pond would make you part of the offering. Everyone laughed. Except you. Worse, you're not allowed to wear protective shoes. The mud is sacred, apparently. So your feet are constantly wet, scraped by broken shells, and the occasional sharp-edged amulet tossed in by a hopeful pilgrim. One day, a noble woman stops by to bless the waters. You're ordered to clear the crocodile's throne stone of algae before she arrives. As you crouch and scrub, a tail thunks nearby. You consider faking heat stroke, but then you remember the last guy who tried that got reassigned to perfume fermentation worse. And the smell, oh the smell. A mix of fermented fish pond sludge and divine reptile waste. You've started carrying dried myrrh leaves in your waistband just to keep from gagging. Quirky fact: in some temples, the crocodiles wore gold jewelry rings pierced through their scaly limbs, even gem-studded collars. And guess who had to retrieve those if they fell into the water? That's right, you, with a stick and a silent scream. Even more awkward feeding time. Tourists, pilgrims gather to watch as you offer hunks of raw meat on a long reed skewer. If the crocodile lunges, you drop the skewer and run. If he doesn't lunge, you still run, because no movement usually means strategic patience. Historians still debate how temple staff were selected for such roles. Was it punishment? A family legacy? Just really bad luck? In your case, it was your cousin. He owed a priest a favor and volunteered you. After 4 hours of scrubbing rocks, scooping slime, and dodging divine death, you retreat to the servant quarters where no one makes eye contact with you. Not because they dislike you, because you smell like pond. Always. You've tried everything: lotus oil incense, baths, even scraping your skin with papyrus. But the scent of crocodile worship clings like a curse. And yet, there's something strangely meditative about the job. The repetitive motion of scraping the shimmer of the morning sun on water, the rhythmic snorts of Sobek mid-nap. You start naming the fish. You even compose a haiku about mud. Still, when someone asks what you do for a living, you just say, temple work. You let them imagine candles and scrolls. Because honestly, I clean up after semi-divine lizards doesn't quite roll off the tongue. You go to sleep that night with sore shoulders, muddy ankles, and a dream in which Sobek nods at you approvingly. You wake up disappointed that it wasn't real. Tomorrow you do it all again. You're not sure what smells worse: crocodile pond at noon or embalming room at dusk. But today, it's the latter. You've been reassigned, Congratulations to the sacred duty of linen mummy wrapper, a position that requires steady hands, a strong stomach, and the patience of a sleeping obelisk. You don't embalm. No, those are the experts with their secret oils and cryptic rituals. You just wrap, over and over, day after day, toe to forehead, then sometimes again in reverse. The body arrives freshly dried, cured with natron salts and fragrant resins. You'd think it would smell herbal and clean. You'd be wrong. There's an underlying tang of something sweetly rotten, like fruit left too long in the sun. You get used to it. Sort of. Historians still debate whether these wrappers were low-level assistants or held in high regard. In your case, regard mostly involves being ignored until the moment something goes wrong. Like yesterday, when the high priest scolded you for wrapping too tightly and disturbing the spirit's journey. You didn't dare point out that the arm was already broken. Your tools are simple strips of linen, a pot of sticky resin paste, and a chanting scribe droning in the corner. He's reading from the book of Going Forth by Day, which sounds poetic until you realize it includes phrases like, "May your heart not betray you in the hall of two truths." No pressure. You begin with the feet, layer upon layer of linen gently pressed, looped in sacred geometry. At least that's the theory. In practice, it's more like trying to bandage a statue without losing your grip or your mind. Some days you wrap nobles. Other days, failed apprentices. Once, disturbingly, a monkey. You remember that one, clearly tiny arms, weirdly long fingers. You swore it twitched. The embalmer insisted it was just drying tension. You didn't sleep for 3 days. One of the fringe theories in modern Egyptology suggests that rappers like you were chosen for their ability to keep secrets. And yes, you've overheard plenty whispered gossip about Pharaoh's illegitimate heirs, priests, who took extra payments to speed up burials. Even rumors that some elite bodies had already been partially robbed before burial. Of course you keep quiet. You're not being paid in gold, just bread beer, and occasionally fresh sandals. The worst part, the bandages. Not applying them, finding them. Good linen is expensive, so you're often handed old garments, repurposed for the task. One time, you swore a rap, had writing still faintly visible. Property of a Setnafret. You don't ask. Midway through your current project, an elderly priest who reportedly died in ecstasy during prayer, your back cramps. You're halfway up his torso, the linen spool hanging like a snake over your shoulder. The assistant walks in with another body. You sigh audibly. He shrugs. You rap faster. You try to make the best of it. Some rappers hum little songs under their breath. Others tell riddles to each other like what has no voice, yet calls from beyond. Answer your work when you mess up the final knot. And oh, the knots, they matter. Bad knot, restless ga. Loose loop, angry ba. The soul might get stuck halfway to the field of reeds. And guess who the family blames, not the embalmer? You, the rapper who couldn't hold a thread. To stay sane, you name your linen strips. This one's wind across sand. That one, sorry I tied it backwards again. Humor helps. Sometimes, very rarely, the family attends the wrapping. They sit silently on stone benches, eyes teary, faces tight. You pretend not to notice. You focus on the gentle spiral around the chest, the solemn fold across the shoulders, the resin-dabbed final seal at the mouth. You whisper something, not sure if it's for the soul or yourself. Historians still argue whether wrapping rituals evolved from earlier desert burials or were borrowed from Nubian practices. What you know is simpler, too tight, and the linen tears. Too loose, and the dead don't stay still. Your shift ends when the body is ready for its golden mask. That's someone else's job. You wash your hands in perfumed water, rinse your mouth with myrrh, and walk home under the fading amber light. Tonight, you'll sleep with your fingers still curled, like you're holding linen. Your dreams will smell faintly of resin. And if you wake up suddenly heart racing, don't worry. It's probably not the monkey. Probably. The sun isn't even up yet when someone raps on your door. You'd hoped for another day of linen wrapping. Tedious, yes, but predictable. Instead, a messenger from the inner temple delivers new orders wrapped in silk and dread. You're to report to the lower chamber of the necropolis, where you'll serve today as a tomb air tester. Oh, good. A job that literally starts with, go in there. If you don't drop dead, it's probably safe. The walk to the tomb is long, your sandals scritching through gravel, while the stars slowly melt into dawn. The mortuary priests nod politely, but no one meets your eyes. You're the canary in this coal mine, or rather, the sniffing servant in the newly unsealed tomb. Historians still argue whether tomb air testing was formalized ritual or just panic dressed in ceremony. Whatever it was, the job was real, the risk was real, and the compensation insultingly unreal. You arrive at the threshold. The door had been sealed with curses, warnings, and wax. Now it's pried open. Inside, darkness, stale silence, and possibly invisible death. Your tools, a reed torch, a linen face wrap, and an encouraging nudge from the overseer. You take a deep breath of outside air and step in. It's not just about breathing. You're also scanning. Does the air burn your nose? Are there fungus plumes rising from the wooden sarcophagus? Does anything smell cursed? They don't tell you what exactly you're looking for. Just, if it feels wrong, get out. What does that mean? That the air tastes like regret? That shadows move when they shouldn't? That the torch flickers in patterns that spell your name backward? Quirky tidbit. Some tombs were so well sealed that the first breath inside could cause a temporary blackout, not due to poison, but pure lack of oxygen. A few testers collapsed simply from shock and got buried under spiritual hazard. You take slow steps forward. Your torch smokes in the still air. The limestone walls shimmer with centuries-old pigment blues. Reds, gold leaf now turned to dust. You whisper a half-prayer to a dozen gods just to cover your bases. In the corner, something crumbles. Your heart explodes with panic, but it's just a dried offering dish collapsing under its own age. Still, you nearly bite your tongue clean off. You open a canopic chest. The lids are sculpted like animal heads, jackal, falcon, baboon. You check for signs of mold or gas. Nothing obvious. But your head feels floaty. Is that lack of sleep or divine retribution? Who knows? That's the thrill. Back outside, the priests wait. You stagger into daylight, waving your hand. It's clear you mutter. But is it, you'll find out when the others go in, or when they don't come out? The priest slaps your back, smiling, like you just saved the kingdom. He offers you a small date cake and a handful of nuts. Generous for someone who just risked lung collapse, hallucination, or death by fungal spore. You try to enjoy the snack, but you can't get rid of the metallic taste in your mouth. You rinse with beer. It helps. A little. Some say tomb air was sacred. Others believed it was cursed, especially if grave robbers had disturbed it. But you know the truth? Sometimes the worst part isn't spiritual. It's the smell. Once you entered a tomb where someone had tried to store fermented fish as an offering. After 300 years, let's just say the gods weren't the only ones weeping. You walk home slower that day. Breathing feels heavier. You imagine spores clinging to your nostrils, memories of the dead hitching a ride in your lungs. You hum a lullaby to distract yourself. And yet, there's a strange honor to it all. For a few moments, you are alone with the past, with silence so ancient it practically hums. You lie in bed that night, your chest rising and falling, slowly testing the air, just in case. You sleep on your side facing the window, just in case. Your nose is running black again. That's never a good sign. Today your assignment is glamorous. If you define glamorous as being locked in a sun-baked storeroom with a mortar pestle and enough toxic minerals to make a scarab cry. Welcome to the world of the makeup mixer for the gods. You'd imagine elegance gently blending lapis into smooth eyeshadow, perhaps humming beside an open breeze window. Instead, you're coughing up coal dust, while a supervisor scolds you for inconsistent sparkle. In ancient Egypt, appearance wasn't vanity, it was virtue. The gods wore eyeliner, the dead wore rouge. Even cats had their eyes painted allegedly to see into the afterlife with dignity. Your job is to prepare these sacred cosmetics, one suffocating batch at a time. You start with galena, a lead-based ore, used for the deep black lines around eyes. It reflects sunlight and repels flies great. But you've been inhaling it for weeks, and now your sinuses whistle. Historians still argue whether workers like you were seen as artists or just glorified grinders. In truth, you feel like a decorative mushroom, slowly absorbing poison for someone else's beauty. There's also malachite, a copper-rich green powder that goes into ceremonial face paint. Pretty to look at, deadly if eaten, which wouldn't be a problem, except you're also responsible for labeling the pigment jars. One mistake, and someone ends up anointed with emerald rash. Your mixing tools are ancient, a wide ceramic slab, a pestle carved to look like a lotus stem, and your own 2 hands, which are permanently stained bluish green. You joke that if you die here, at least your ghost will be fabulously contoured. One corner of the storeroom is for scent binding. That's where you grind dried rose petals into wax balls, then add frankincense or cinnamon oil if available. When it's not, you fake it with crushed fig bark and hope no one notices. The high priest once complimented your divine blush. You said thank you. You didn't tell him it was a color experiment gone wrong, or that it caused your assistant to faint from the fumes. There are fun parts, sure. Once you invented a shimmer effect by accidentally mixing crushed mica into a black paste. The priest called it starlight for the eyelids. You got extra bread that day. Quirky tidbit. Some temple workers believed that the gods judged your soul based on how symmetrical your eyeliner was at death. So you always double-check the angles, even when it's a statue. You remember that one time they asked for a limited edition sacred makeup palette. Gold of raw teal, of the Nile dusty tomb rose. It wasn't called that officially, but you labeled it that way in your head. And then there's storage, your eternal enemy. The storeroom is hotter than a kiln and twice as dusty. Bees are obsessed with the scent jars. A baboon once wandered in, mistook a pallet for food, and spent the rest of the afternoon aggressively glittering. Historians still debate whether this room was ever cleaned. You're confident it was not. To survive the day, you tie a strip of linen over your mouth and nose, even though the overseer insists the gods want you to breathe the scent of devotion. You respectfully disagree. One time you sneezed into a bowl of galena and the entire batch came out polka-dotted. You considered calling it celestial shadow, but the priest didn't appreciate the creativity. At dusk, your shift ends with a ritual wash. You scrub your fingers raw, but the dust stays in the creases. You smell like wax metal and something not quite human. You walk home beneath a blushing skyhead, spinning faintly from fumes. Tomorrow, you'll be back at it, blending shadows, bottling sacred seductions, trying not to cough your lungs out into a jar marked divine lip color. You lie down and close your eyes. They burn. You reach for a water pot, knock it over. Sigh. Your dreams tonight will shimmer with too much green. You are summoned at sunrise to the royal chambers. You imagine something prestigious. Maybe you'll be guarding scrolls or lighting incense beside a queen's statue. No. You'll be crouching behind her. You, dear listener, have now become a royal lice picker. Let that sink in. Your official task is to comb through the scalps of nobility and pluck out whatever's living there. Not metaphorically, literally. Egyptian hygiene was famously advanced. Nobles bathed daily in perfumed water, shaved their bodies, and slathered themselves in oils. But hair, especially wigs, that's where the parasites partied. And someone had to deal with them. Someone with delicate, hand-strong stomach and the social invisibility of wet papyrus. Guess who got the job? You kneel in the queen's boudoir, eyes half-lidded with fatigue, fingers poised around a bone comb that's older than your uncle. Before you lies the royal wig, a majestic cascade of curled strands, beeswax set, dotted with imported lapis beads, and home to an entire civilization of lice. Historians still argue whether wigs were shared across staff or personally tailored. All you know is the queen sweats like a crocodile in the summer, and this wig smells like fermented linen. You begin at the nape, gently teasing out the first of what will be many discoveries. The lice cling like shipwreck survivors. You flick them into a bowl of vinegar, whispering apologies as you go. The queen hums softly, oblivious. She's reading poetry while you dive scalp first into your own heroic saga. A gnat lands on your neck. You resist the urge to swat. Royal stillness must be maintained. Quirky tidbit elite Egyptians believed lice carried curses if crushed improperly, so you have to drown them. Which takes time. Which means your bowl is a wriggling soup of regret. Once you sneezed, mid-comb, and accidentally tangled her curls. She turned, slowly said nothing, and you were reassigned to sandal polishing for a week. You don't talk about that week. The lice aren't your only challenge. The oils in her hair make your fingers slip. The beads get tangled. And worse, sometimes she moves suddenly and you comb too hard. One yelp from her, and your job security wobbles like jelly on a chariot. Occasionally, you're assigned to the king's beard. Yes, it's fake. But yes, it also gets lice. You once spent an hour combing out a beetle, only to discover it had nested there for warmth. The king called it symbolic. You called it Thursday. You're not alone in this duty. There's a secret caste of personal groomers across the palace, pluckers, oilers, scrapers, trimmers. You all meet at dusk behind the granary and compare horror stories. One guy found a scarab. Another found 3. One girl claims she once pulled a gold ring out of someone's braid. Historians still debate whether these grooming staff were considered sacred caretakers or merely tolerated necessities. You suspect it depends on whether the queen's scalp itches that day. There's a moment, brief golden, when you finish the scalp is clean, the oils refreshed, and the comb rests in your lap like a silent victory banner. The queen nods. That's your signal to back away like a crab bow once and disappear. Your reward, half a honey cake and a linen scrap to clean your hands. And a note from the head servant reminding you to report to the headdress storage room tomorrow. More wigs, more mites, more chances to rethink your life. You trudge home that night with fingers that still smell of vinegar and resin. You don't scratch your head, you're too paranoid now. Every tickle feels like a miniature rebellion. You sleep with a scarf around your head, just in case. Congratulations, scribe. Or rather, tax scribe, which is a lot less glamorous than it sounds. Because today, you're not writing poetry to the gods or drafting royal decrees. No, no. You are the scribe of grain. Tax is a job that combines paperwork paranoia and public rage into one dusty, thankless existence. Your morning starts with a wax tablet, a chipped reed pen, and a prayer to any deity who still likes you. You're heading to the granaries, those massive mud brick vaults that smell like dry barley and goat sweat. Your job count every sack of grain owed to the temple. Record who paid, who didn't, who tried to pay in lentils and was fined for disrespect, and most importantly, who accidentally forgot a few sacks behind their house. The farmers fear you. The priests pressure you. And the guards, well, they just stand there cracking knuckles in case someone needs reminding. You sit under the relentless sun, scratching numbers into palm fiber scrolls while grain dust chokes your throat. Historians still argue whether these scribes were respected bureaucrats or glorified scapegoats. You suspect it's both. When taxes are too high, the overseer blames you. When the records don't match the villagers, blame you. When the pharaoh's grain runs low, also you. The math isn't hard. What's hard is politics. One man swears he paid last week. You check the scroll. Nothing. He points to his neighbor's pile. He owes more than me. The neighbor throws a date pit at your head. A goat starts screaming in the background for no clear reason. You adjust your reed pen and calmly write 2 sacks in dispute. Both men irate. Goat unhelpful. The temple clerk will hate it. You don't care. Quirky tidbit. Some scribes develop their own secret symbols, tiny dots or curves added to letters to indicate who was lying, who tried to bribe, and who smelled like old onions. It was like a passive-aggressive footnote system. At noon, a noble official arrives in his palanquin to supervise. He spends exactly 5 minutes squinting at your scroll, then leaves muttering something about lazy peasants. You resist the urge to mutter something back. You tally up sacks. 342 delivered, 17 missing. 6 reallocated, which means someone borrowed them without permission. You'll need to invent an elegant way to write that the tax collector tripped and lost 1 bag into the Nile. And then there's the audit. Once a month, the high scribe shows up with an army of assistants to double-check your math. Last time, they claimed you wrote a 7 instead of a 9, and you were made to recopy the entire tax scroll. By candlelight, while fasting. Today, you finish your figures, seal them with wax, and send the scroll off via courier pigeon, or rather, a sweaty intern with strong legs. You retreat to a patch of shade, sip a ladle of lukewarm beer, and try not to cry into your stylus. People think scribes live cushy lives, but they don't see the ink stains, the backaches, the angry mobs who think it's your fault the barley tax went up. Sometimes you fantasize about being a papyrus decorator. Just draw fish and waves all day. No politics, no goats. But for now, you are the keeper of grain justice. You are the watchful eye over lentil cheats. You are utterly exhausted. You go home with ink under your nails, sand in your teeth, and a scroll fragment tucked in your belt reading Farmer Beck's debt to Ra unresolved. You lie awake that night, wondering if Ra cares about unpaid barley. You suspect, probably not. At last, a job with animals. You've always liked animals, until now. Because today, you're not tending to cats, nor walking elegant desert greyhounds. No. You're wrangling a very specific kind of terror. You are now a temple goose herder. Yes, those sacred geese of Horus you once admired from a distance, they're now your feathery, flapping nightmare. At dawn, the priests hand you a wooden crook, a bag of barley, and a brittle warning. Don't let them escape. Again. You nod, suppressing the urge to ask how geese became divine in the first place. You open the gate. Immediately it's chaos. Wings, flapping honks echoing like war trumpets, one alpha goose locking eyes with you in open challenge. You take a cautious step back. Historians still debate whether these geese were ceremonial animals or simply poultry elevated by poetic license. Whatever the truth, the birds know they're sacred, and they act like it. Your job is to guide the flock around the courtyard toward the pond into the feeding zone without triggering what the priests euphemistically call feathered unrest. The lead goose, whom you've nicknamed General Beak, lunges at your shins. You offer him barley. He pecks your sandal instead. You try flapping your robe to scare him off. He flaps back. Harder. You lose that round. The sacred geese are housed in the rear sanctum, a shaded area filled with reeds, clay nesting pots, and a statue of a goose-headed goddess no one dares name aloud. There's rumor she cursed a herder once for disrespectful clucking. You keep your mouth shut. Quirky tidbit. Some temple artists painted the geese with halos and murals, suggesting a level of divinity that's deeply undeserved in your opinion. One priest claimed the birds channel the breath of the Nile. You think they channel chaos. Feeding time is worse. You scatter barley with a wide arm, swing, then flee to a stone platform as they charge like angry clouds. You count beaks 12. Wait. 13. You panic. Is there a rogue goose, a ghost goose, a reincarnated priest in feathery form? Turns out one of them laid an egg. The 13th was just very round. You wipe your brow and get pecked for the effort. Then comes the bathing ritual. You must coax them into the temple pool, sprinkle papyrus oil to make the water worthy, and hum a cleansing chant while they paddle honk and occasionally do unspeakable things to the surface tension. You try to keep it together. You try to focus on your breathing. You tell yourself this is temporary, but every honk feels personal. Once a visiting noble child tried to pet one. You warned her. She didn't listen. The bandages stayed on for a week. The goose was promoted to watchbird. Historians still argue whether geese were used in rituals for fertility protection or just because they were hard to ignore. You think it's all of the above. At the end of your shift, you lure them back to their pen with dried figs and soft clapping. You lock the gate. You exhale. Then a priest hands you a scroll. Tomorrow, he says they get weighed. Of course they do. You limp home that evening, robes dusted with feathers, hands sore hair slightly damp from a goosewing slap. You smell like wet grain and vengeance. You dream of silent skies, of soft-footed cats, of a version of Horus who prefers doves. But morning will come, and so will the honking. At first, this one sounds easy. You hear banquet and imagine cushioned lounges, harp music, and trays of roasted duck. Then they hand you a broom, a chipped amphora, and a smirk. You are now the funeral banquet cleaner. That's right, not the mourner, not the cook, not the priest invoking Osiris with incense. You're the one who arrives after the tears, after the toasts, after the sacred bread has been dipped into too many jars of lentil mash and scrubs the aftermath into a clay bucket. This dear friend is grief maintenance, the setting. A dim temple hall lined with jackal statues, their obsidian eyes catching glints of oil lamp light. The guests are gone, save for a few wine-snoozing relatives. The floor, a battlefield of grape skins, chicken bones, half-melted wax, and something you desperately hope is spilled beer. Historians still argue whether these banquets were solemn feasts or joyful awakenings for the dead. From your angle knees on sandstone elbow-deep in fig mush, they are mostly sticky. You start with the cups. So many cups. Some cracked, others knocked over in a dramatic moment of mourning. You rinse each one in a shallow trough, stacking them in a wobbling tower beside the altar. One tumbles, shatters. You mutter an apology to whichever spirit heard it. Then there's the floor sweeping, which involves more prayer than motion. You can't just toss everything. Some items were offerings. You must sort sacred versus snack, ritual onion keep, chewed date pit toss, mummified quail, unclear, quirky tidbit. In some elite tombs, banquet leftovers were sealed into urns and buried with the deceased. One archaeologist once found a 3,000-year-old garlic loaf, perfectly fossilized. You hope you're never assigned to wrap that. The worst corner is always the beer spill zone. See, funerary beer is thick, fermented with herbs, and often blessed by the high priest. But once it's been knocked over, it becomes an eldritch stew. You soak it up with woven rush pads, wring them into the amphora, and try not to think about how sacred your mop water now is. Once you found a gold ring in a puddle of beer. You held it up triumphant, only to have a priest yank it away with a scowl. That's for the dead, he hissed. You made the mistake of replying, well, they dropped it. You were reassigned to courtyard pigeon watching for a week. The banquet table itself is a puzzle of symmetry and chaos. Platters stacked on platters, fruit arranged in symbolic spirals, now mostly squashed. You salvage what you can. Some funerary families insist all offerings be recycled into temple soup. You don't ask questions. You just scrape. You try to maintain dignity, even as a jackal statue falls over and bonks you on the head. Acolytes pass by now, and then giving sympathetic nods. One offers you a burnt lotus cake. It's stale, but you eat it, out of spite. You clean for hours in near silence, save for the flicker of oil lamps and the occasional thump of something settling in a nearby sarcophagus. You hope it's just a lid. Historians still debate whether these banquets symbolized communion with ancestors or social power. You suspect they were mostly an excuse for the living to eat themselves into an emotional stupor. By the time you finish, your hands are pruny from rinse water, your knees bruised, and your patience a mere suggestion. You sit for a moment on the temple steps, watching the stars blink into place overhead. The wind smells like myrrh and overripe melon. Tomorrow's event, a memorial for an elderly merchant who requested endless pickled fish. You sigh. You dream of dry surfaces. You curl up on a straw mat that night, the scent of beer and sorrow clinging to your sleeves. You mutter a half-joke prayer. Dear Osiris, next time make me a harp player. Nothing answers, but you feel a little better. You're woken before dawn by a boy with a torch and a grin that says, you're not going to enjoy this. Your task today, you're a river reed harvester. Simple rite. Step into the Nile marshes, cut down papyrus stalks, bundle them neatly, maybe whistle a tune. But as with everything else in ancient Egypt, the simplicity is a lie. The Nile Delta at sunrise is breathtaking mist curling around the reeds. Ibis calls echoing across the waterlight, dappling on lily pads. It looks serene until you step in. Your foot sinks immediately. You're waist deep in muddy water that smells like fishy regret, trying not to fall face first into a lily root. The reed knife tied to your wrist tugs with every movement. You glance down, hoping for a glimpse of solid ground. There is none. Only slush insects and the possibility of snakes. Historians still debate whether papyrus harvesters were seasonal laborers or full-time scribal suppliers. What no one disputes is the difficulty of the job. Papyrus doesn't grow where it's dry. It thrives where everything is damp, unstable, and hungry for ankles. The stalks are tall and whispery green spears shooting upward, their white centers the real treasure pressed and layered to make scrolls, account ledgers, religious hymns, and rejection letters from pharaohs. And you're responsible for every scroll's birth via swamp. With each swing of your curved blade, you sever a stalk, careful not to slice too low, or you'll churn up marsh worms. The smell sweet, then sour, then distinctly rotty sticks in your nose. Quirky tidbit. Some workers claimed the papyrus sang when cut, meaning the internal moisture hissed as the fibers were split. You've heard it. It's more like a wheeze. A wet death wheeze. You bundle the reeds and tie them with wet rope, then lug the whole mess to the drying platform, where you'll rinse peel press and layer them under stone weights, all while battling mosquitoes the size of chickpeas. A heron swoops overhead. You flinch duck and nearly drop the bundle. That bird your coworker says is the spirit of Thoth watching us work. You nod. You hope he's not judging your posture. The reeds must be peeled delicately. Bruise the fibers, and the scrolls crack when dried. Too thick and they curl. Too thin and they disintegrate under ink. It's a craft, buried under mud. The priests care deeply about the quality. Bad papyrus. That's a sacrilege. You once saw a boy scolded with a bucket of holy water because his scroll warped mid-prayer. You definitely triple-check your bundles now. Historians still argue whether papyrus workers were trained apprentices or just river folk pulled into seasonal labor. You were neither you, just lost a bet. You break for a midday meal of onions, flatbread, and the crushing realization that you still have hours left. Around this time, the leeches start appearing. Not many, just enough to remind you that the Nile gives and also takes your blood. You fish one off your ankle with the reed knife. It resists. You mutter something unrepeatable. The drying mats smell better warm sun on green stalks, the clean fragrance of plant fiber slowly curing. For a moment, you let your eyes close. Then a reed bundle collapses. You open them fast. You finish the day sticky sunburnt and carrying 2 bundles taller than your head. You deliver them to the temple scribe who sniffs and says, slightly uneven. You imagine throwing a papyrus roll at him. You do not. That night, you rub oil into your blisters, eat a plum, and vow to become a harpist. Again. But deep down, you know tomorrow you'll be back in the mud, listening for the papyrus wheeze, dreaming of scrolls that never mention your name. Your voice is hoarse before you've even begun. You've barely swallowed a mouthful of lukewarm barley beer when the temple gate creaks open and the coordinator waves you in. No greetings, just a gesture toward the ceremony platform. Today, you are the official wailer for hire. Your sacred duty. Cry convincingly at funerals for people you've never met in front of mourners who may or may not know you're faking it. You approach the courtyard in your linen wrap, slightly torn for dramatic effect, and scan the crowd. Wealthy family, dead matriarch, at least 6 hired criers, each assigned a position around the bier. You find your mark? You take a shaky breath, and then you scream. Not a panicked scream. No, no, this is art. A melodic high-pitched sob layered with practiced sorrow and just a hint of choking. You slap your chest twice, pull your shawl halfway over your face, and rock back and forth. The family nods approvingly. One of them is definitely not crying. You make up for it with a bonus wail that ends in a convincing sniffle. Historians still debate whether professional mourners held real spiritual roles or were simply paid performers. You know the answer both. You're here to honor the dead and outweep the competition. The trick is variation. You can't just sob in a loop. You need sighs, gasps, whispered laments like, "Oh, cruel fate," and the sun dims without you, all delivered with enough conviction to make a priest nod solemnly. Sometimes they ask for choral sobbing. You link arms with 2 other mourners and do a synchronized sway cry. Once you were part of a full lamentation ensemble, complete with flute accompaniment and hand cymbals. It was exhausting and surprisingly musical. Quirky tidbit. In some regions, mourners were required to cry for a full 70 days, matching the length of mummification. You thank the gods you're only hired for highlight moments. Today's ceremony is elaborate. The dead woman apparently loved honey cakes and cats. Halfway through the chant, someone releases a basket of kittens in her honor. One of them climbs onto the altar and licks the incense burner. You cry harder. It feels genuine this time. But the challenges don't stop with kittens. You're also expected to improvise grief for strangers and occasionally shout out key events in their lives. She wove the finest linen in Memphis. You wail only to get corrected. No Thebes. You adjust mid-sob. Once you cried at the wrong body. No one told you there were 2 funerals that day. You were dragged away still hiccuping. There's a rhythm to it all. The rising and falling of tone. The quiet pauses for sacred phrases. The way your tears must fall just right. Too dry, you're lazy. Too wet, you're dramatic. Balance is key. The priests respect you when you're on form. When you're off, you get notes. Notes. One time, they said your anguish lacked sincerity. You wrote back that their incense lacked personality. You weren't hired again for a month. After the burial procession, you're expected to maintain soft sobs during the feast. You eat with one hand, cry into the other. Someone passes you a fig. You nod gratefully, eyes still weeping. You've mastered the multitask. One mourner whispers, "You're very convincing." You whisper back, "I'm thinking of my job." He laughs. You sob harder. Historians still argue whether these public mourning displays were for the gods, the dead, or the living. You believe it's for the living. The spectacle helps them move on. You just wish it didn't wreck your vocal cords. You finish the day with a final shout of, "Her spirit flies like the ibis," and collapse behind a statue of Hathor. You're paid in salted dates and a fresh linen shawl. You drape it dramatically over your shoulder and limp home, hoarse, dehydrated, and emotionally manipulated by your own performance. That night, you try to sleep, but your neighbor sneezes loudly, and instinctively you begin to sob. It's a reflex now. You've always liked flowers. Until today. Because today, you're not arranging bouquets or preparing temple offerings. No. You are a perfume fermenter, which means you spend your day crushing flower petals and animal fats together in the kind of clay vat that smells like divine decomposition. You arrive just after sunrise, stepping into a cramped back room behind the temple's inner sanctum. The walls are stained from years of oil splatters. The floor is slick. Somewhere in the shadows, a cat is licking spilled resin. You envy that cat's dignity. Historians still argue whether perfume fermenters were artisans, alchemists, or just the lowest rung of temple workers. You know your place underneath the vat, next to the pile of crushed myrrh, silently trying not to pass out. Your tools, a wooden paddle, a bronze scraper, and a vat filled with goose fat, which has been sitting in the sun for 6 days. Add to that a kilo of damask rose petals, cinnamon bark, and frankincense dust, and you've got yourself a recipe for either sacred fragrance or divine nosebleed. You stir clockwise, always clockwise. Stirring counterclockwise invites confusion, according to the priest who trained you. You learned this the hard way. Your first batch was labeled Chaos Blossom. You have to knead the mixture by hand too. That's right, bare hands and lukewarm curdled goose fat mixed with crushed lily and sticky resin. It's not a job. It's a sensation you'll never unfeel. Quirky tidbit. One recipe from a pharaoh's tomb listed over 40 ingredients for a single perfume blend. Some of them had to be imported by boat from as far as Punt. You're still waiting on that delivery. In the meantime, you're working with what's locally available: lotus root fenugreek and mild despair. Once mixed, the goop has to ferment in sealed jars for weeks, sometimes months. You spend part of your shift checking these vessels, tapping, sniffing, occasionally poking one with a reed to see if the layer of hardened fat has cracked. One jar bubbles. You make a note. The priest says bubbling is either a blessing or a warning. You assume it's both. Sometimes you bottle the perfume into alabaster vials. That part should be relaxing. If the vials didn't constantly crack under heat or attract temple flies like sacred magnets. Then there's testing day. A priest dabs a drop on his wrist, sniffs, and murmurs something cryptic like, "It lacks moonlight." You nod solemnly and vow to figure out what that means. You once created a blend that was too successful, a mix of mint, myrrh, and crushed date peel. The queen's favorite cat wore it for a week, but you spilled a jar of it later that day, and now your clothes permanently smell like seductive fruit salad. You have no fewer than 8 blisters on your fingers. You tried wrapping them in linen, but it stuck to the resin. Now you just suffer. Lunch is a piece of barley cake, which you eat with one hand, while the other stirs a simmering bowl of oil. The scent is almost pleasant. For a second, you imagine you're in a fancy incense market in Memphis. Then, a drop of hot oil hits your toe, and you remember, nope, still here, still fermenting. Historians still debate whether perfume was reserved only for priests and royalty, or whether commoners used it too. You suspect everyone did, if only to survive the communal funk of festival crowds. You close your shift by sealing the jars with beeswax, scratching the date onto the lid with a bone pin, and arranging them by mood. Tranquil Raw, Seduction of Bastet, and What Is That Smell? A personal experiment gone wrong. As you leave, your arms glisten with flower grease. Your nose can no longer distinguish rose from rot. You bump into someone, and they recoil. You smell like heat stroke, they mutter. You nod. You've heard worse. That night you try to fall asleep without touching anything. Your hands leave prints on your bedding. Your dreams smell like lily and regret. The sun is already unforgiving. By the time you trudge onto the work site, shoulders, slumped sandals coated in yesterday's dried mud. There are no prayers, No ceremonial greetings, just a grunt from the overseer and a finger pointed at the nearest heap of wet dirt. You're a brickmaker in the sun, the lowest rung in the great pyramid-building hierarchy. You don't carve stone. You don't design ramps. You make mud bricks by hand, by foot, by sheer persistence, and you do it every single day until your fingers go numb and your back bends like a question mark. Your station is beside the Nile, where the silt is thick, the insects endless, and the smell like a wet goat wearing sunscreen. The ingredients are deceptively simple mud-chopped straw water and one desperate laborer. That's you. Historians still debate whether Egyptian brickmakers were enslaved workers, conscripted peasants, or low-paid specialists. Whatever the category, you know this, no one asks your name. They ask for your output. You begin by stomping the mud in a pit. It squelches up between your toes, clings to your knees, soaks your linen skirt until it weighs more than your dignity. The straw itches, but it's essential. It binds the bricks and keeps them from cracking in the sun. You repeat this motion for hours, like some barefoot, half-buried drummer. Then comes the molding. You scoop the wet muck into a rectangular wooden form, press it down with the flat of your hand, then slap the sides to release the new brick. You must do this quickly. The overseer times you. Each brick must be perfect in shape, but you're only allowed about 12 seconds per mold. The math is cruel. The heat is crueler. And once they're laid out to dry, you guard them from dogs. Goats win children, sudden floods, and occasionally wild pigs. One sneeze from a passing ox can ruin a whole morning's batch. Quirky tidbit. Some bricks were stamped with the name of the reigning pharaoh. If you messed up the stamp, that wasn't just a mistake, it was an offense. A potentially fatal one. You learned that fast. You now stamp with the care of a man threading an angry cobra through a needle. Once you tried to make a joke by pressing a smiley face into the underside of a brick. The foreman noticed. You spent the rest of the week hauling broken bricks from the riverbed with no lunch break. Water is rationed. You're allowed sips, not gulps. One laborer tried to sneak extra from the barrel. He now works further down the Nile in leech collection. You wish him well. The sun climbs higher. The bricks harden faster. The flies get bold. They land on your lips, your neck, your eyes. You blink through a fog of wings and regret. Around midday, a visiting noble walks by. She fans herself, daintily remarks, "What a beautiful process," and continues on. You consider throwing a brick in her direction, but the sun has drained your strength and your will to rebel. Historians still argue whether these handmade bricks were used in temples' homes or just temporary construction. You don't care. You just want your batch to hold together so the priest doesn't curse your name during tomorrow's inspection. Sometimes, as a cruel joke, you imagine the brick you're shaping will end up supporting a toilet room for some middle-ranking scribe. That's your legacy foundation for someone else's sacred squat. Your shift ends when your fingers bleed, or your batch count is met, whichever comes first. Today, it's the fingers. You trudge back to the laborer's quarters, sandals, flopping legs streaked with drying sludge. You pass a group of architects drawing shade diagrams in the breeze. You don't even glare anymore. You just nod. Weary kin. That night you fall asleep without washing. You can't bear the cold water on your cracked skin. You dream of bricks. Endless sticky bricks, each one whispering again. This time, you think maybe you've been promoted. You're led through the temple's inner hallways, past the golden columns and painted lotus borders, past rows of statues with blank eyes and calm smiles. A priest hands you a bundle of soft feathers and whispers, "Don't disappoint Bastet." You nod thrilled. Bastet, the cat goddess of music, fertility, and graceful vengeance. You're honored, inspired, ready. Then he points at a small gate. You're in charge of the sacred cats now. And just like that, you become the guardian of sacred cats. Sounds adorable. You imagined cuddles, purring, maybe a cute temple kitten that follows you around like a fluffy spirit guide. Instead, you get 15 moody divine divas who eat better than you, scratch everyone but you, and absolutely do not believe in rules. Historians still argue whether temple cats were living avatars of Bastet or merely symbolic mascots. You've come to believe they were both and maybe also secret agents of chaos. Your tasks begin at dawn. Open the shutters. Refill the drinking basins with clean Nile water filtered through a linen pouch, because sacred cats don't drink river sludge and scoop up last night's offerings from every corner of the sanctuary. You wear a linen robe. They wear attitude. Each cat has a name, well, an assigned title. Whisker of the Moon Terror in bronze. Blessed Paws, and your favorite, the one who watches while you sleep. You feed them a paste of fish, crushed grain, and honey warmed on a stone plate. Serve it too cold. They walk away. Too hot. They yowl like damned souls. Just right. They sniff and leave it anyway. Quirky tidbit. Ancient Egyptians were so devoted to cats that if one died, the household shaved its eyebrows in mourning. You've considered doing that preemptively, just to express your emotional condition. And yes, sometimes the cats die. Sometimes they escape. And when either happens, your life hangs in the balance. Because when a sacred cat dies, it must be mummified, wrapped in fine linen, anointed with fragrant oil, and placed in a custom-made mini sarcophagus shaped like a seated feline. You once knocked one over by accident. It rolled. You screamed. The priest didn't blink. He just whispered, "Pray harder." You spend a good deal of your day bribing cats. You've tried goose feather toys, silver bells, sun-warmed tiles. Nothing beats dried fish scraps hidden inside a hollowed-out beetle shell. You've also discovered that the cats know secrets. They watch every priest's movement, every shadow. Once, one of them led you behind a tapestry where someone had stashed a half-eaten pomegranate and a very suspicious scroll. You never told. That's why they still tolerate you. The sanctuary is kept cool with fans operated by two silent boys who seem more afraid of the cats than the priests. Smart boys. At midday, you are to comb each cat, not brush. Comb, with an ivory-toothed instrument carved in the shape of a falcon's wing. If you tug too hard, they scratch. If you're too gentle, the priest says you dishonor Bastet. You live in constant tension between divine wrath and feline indifference. Historians still debate whether the temple cats truly chose their guardians or merely tolerated them. You've decided it's a game of long-term intimidation. One of the cats, a large balding tabby with half an ear missing, has taken to sleeping on your chest. The priest says it's a blessing. You think it's a threat. At sunset, you lead them to the prayer platform, where they sit in a perfectly rehearsed line, except for two, who always sneak off behind a column and blink slowly at the setting sun. The chants rise. The incense burns. The cats yawn. Your work is done. Until tomorrow. You return to your quarters covered in white fur, tiny scratches, and a strange sense of peace. Maybe they do like you. You sleep that night with your hands curled like paws. You dream of silent purring. You wake up to find one watching you from the windowsill, still judging. They say it's an honor. They say it's vital to the throne. They don't say it might kill you by breakfast. Today, your task is among the most elite and the most terrifying. You are the Pharaoh's food taster. That's right. Every grape, every fig, every suspiciously lumpy porridge bowl goes through you first. Your job is to taste the most luxurious meals in Egypt, and pray none of them are cursed rotten or poisoned. You arrive at the palace kitchen before sunrise. The air is thick with cinnamon steam, roasting fowl and tension. Rows of cooks shuffle about, like bees in linen, each preparing delicacies worthy of a god. You stand silently near the head chef, who hands you a wooden spoon and says, "Begin." Your first sample, duck glazed with date syrup. You take a tiny bite. Wait. 1 minute. 2. Your vision doesn't blur. Your throat doesn't close. You give the nod. The chef exhales. Next, lentil stew with fermented garlic. It tastes like divine comfort, but also possibly like a trap. You pause, then burp. That's a good sign. Still alive. Historians still argue whether food tasters were trusted confidants or disposable pawns. You feel like both. You're the royal firewall standing between Egypt's most powerful man and an unfortunate mushroom. You taste everything skewered, quail fig rolls, honeyed locusts, pomegranate wine, goat cheese with herbs you can't pronounce. You wait after each bite. Is that dizziness or just lunch settling? You also learn the subtle poisons. Too much bitter almond might mean cyanide. A slimy texture could be rotting fish. Anything smelling vaguely like copper, set it down and back away slowly. Once a servant dropped a slice of melon. You were told to eat it anyway, just to see. You did. You were fine. Probably. The pharaoh himself never speaks to you, but his steward watches your pupils as you chew. Last week you coughed, and 4 guards reached for their blades. You coughed again on purpose, and they flinched. You now do it just for fun. Quirky tidbit. Some pharaohs kept multiple food tasters and rotated them daily. You try not to ask what happened to the last one. He's just not around anymore. You're also in charge of sniffing the wine. Yes, wine. It's been known to hide toxins in its sweet finish. You swirl it in a tiny cup inhale. You pretend to understand what you're doing. You once described something as earthy, with notes of fennel and death. The steward did not laugh. There's the pressure of subtlety, too. If the food is bland, the blame circles back to you. Why didn't you recommend more salt? If it's too spicy, why didn't you mention the tears streaming from your face? You've learned to fake fainting. Just once. To get out of a particularly suspicious sausage. It worked. You spent a whole afternoon lying in the herb room. It smelled like sage and safety. By mid-afternoon, your stomach is a battlefield. Sweet, salty, savory, sour, and somehow always just a little terrifying. You feel full, but also emotionally exhausted. You take small bites now. Tiny, barely chews. Still, everything feels like it might be the final snack. Historians still debate whether the position was seen as noble sacrifice or lucky gluttony. You get better food than anyone you know, but you never enjoy a bite. Sometimes, during festivals, the menu expands foreign cheeses, Nile eel, wrapped in fig leaves, imported olives. The risks multiply. So do your prayers. You wear a tiny amulet, carved with Hathor's name on your ankle. For luck. You've only thrown up 3 times this month. That's a record. Your shift ends with a final spoonful of rosewater custard. You eat it. You wait. You live. The steward claps once. You're dismissed. You walk home with a bloated belly, a wary heart, and the lingering taste of royal anxiety. You pass children eating grilled corn on a stick and feel envy, simplicity, safety. That night, you lie awake, hand on your stomach, whispering to no one in particular, "Please let tomorrow be melon again." You dreamed of greatness once, maybe even temples carved in your honor. But here you are in the vast desert heat, ankle deep in shifting dust, holding a shovel, so worn the handle has grooves molded by other miserable hands. You are a sand shoveler for pyramid ramps, a job so repetitive, so mind-numbing, it could be classified as both physical labor and psychological experiment. Your task, simple in theory, move sand from point A to point B, clear it, flatten it, push it up ramps, then wait for the wind to undo everything. Historians still debate whether these ramps were straight zigzagging circular or magical. You don't care. You just know they always need more sand at the top, and you're always at the bottom. You begin at dawn. The first few shovels are light. Then the sun rises. The wind kicks up. The sand gets heavier, like it's been insulted. You shovel uphill while it slips downhill. 10 steps forward, 9 steps erased by a breeze. Your coworkers develop a sort of grim choreography. Shovel sigh, stomp repeat. No one talks. If they do, it's in the form of curses directed at the wind gods. The ramp is wide enough for oxen, but you're too low-ranking for beasts. You are the beast, and you're wearing sandals that now permanently contain half the western desert. You break once mid-morning to drink tepid water from a goatskin pouch and chew a bitter fig. You consider making a sculpture out of sand just to feel like an artist again. But then the overseer yells, and you return to your fate, endless beige. Quirky tidbit. Ancient engineers sometimes sprinkled gypsum powder to firm the ramps. You once mistook it for snow. You were immediately corrected by your burning eyes. The ramp you're working on today is for a new nobleman's tomb. Not a grand pyramid, just a small side project. You're still expected to treat it like a royal commission. You're not sure why anyone needs a hill made of sand to access a one-room tomb. But no one's asking you. The wind picks up. Your hat flies off. Your patience too. You squint toward the horizon and swear you see the same ibis-shaped rock you saw yesterday. Time is meaningless now. You live in a loop. By late afternoon, your arms are shaking. Your mouth is dry. Your sandals have given up. You switch shoveling hands just to distribute the pain evenly. Sometimes the priests walk by and drop blessings. May your labor lift the soul of the dead, they cry. You nod. You don't say what you're thinking. Historians still argue whether the ramps were dismantled after construction or just buried by time. You hope yours gets eaten by a dune. You hope it collapses into itself like a philosophical metaphor. At sunset, the ramp glows golden. It would be beautiful if it weren't a pile of your suffering. You lean against your shovel and watch the last rays touch the pyramid's edge. For a brief second, everything is still. You feel calm, dusty, aching, but calm. Then someone drops a fresh load of sand in front of you. Your shift isn't over. Eventually, you're dismissed with a pat on the back and a joke from the overseer. Only 20,000 more bricks to go. You do not laugh. You walk home, barely upright, sand in your ears, your sandals, and possibly your soul. You sleep with your arms curled around your knees, like the wind might try to carry you away in the night. You dream of stone, not moving, not shifting, just solid, quiet stone. And now, dear friend, we've come to the end. You've worn sandals on temple floors slick with beer. You've sniffed ancient wine with trembling hands. You've wept convincingly for strangers, combed divine cats, and stirred goose fat under a sacred roof. You've trudged through the Nile's marshes, dodged the egos of priests and the talons of sacred geese, and swallowed every suspicious spoonful laid before a gilded throne. And now, the sun has set. The tools are resting. The sand no longer shifts beneath your feet. The ramp is quiet. Let your shoulders ease down. Let the imagined aches of brick hauling and papyrus harvesting fade into a warm, distant memory. No more shouts from overseers. No more deadlines etched into clay. Just the hush of wind curling over a desert that has watched 1,000 lifetimes pass in silence. You lie back in your mind's soft corner, wrapped in the linen of stillness. Imagine the breeze through palm fronds, the slow ripple of river water, the gentle blink of a temple cat that finally accepts you. You are no longer the worker. You are the witness, the dreamer, the sleeper. And as you drift now deeper and deeper, let the hum of distant flutes and far-off chants guide you toward rest. You've done more than enough. You've seen more than most. Close your eyes, breathe in, and let sleep take you softly like the settling of sand.